come up front? No. We're just using this for the effect, otherwise we're a small group. Good morning, everyone. We'll kick off. Thank you for joining us. I'm particularly very excited with what we are going to do today in the next 40-50 minutes. It's a small program of a big launch. And I'll give you a little bit of a genesis so that you have the backstory with you. My name is Sunish Jawhari. I work in the area of nutrition. And I also co-lead a very new and interesting collective of organizations who are looking at nutrition and accelerating our progress towards nutrition. It's called India Nutrition Collaborative. It's a part of a very large coalition of social entrepreneurs and innovators called Catalyst 2030. Many of you might have heard of it, Catalyst 2030. It's a global coalition. And we have the India chapter also. So India Nutrition Collaborative is a part of Catalyst 2030. When we were looking at how could India Nutrition Collaborative play a role in increasing or accelerating impact in nutrition, there were two sort of pattern or two approaches that came to our mind. One was we need to be compulsively collaborative. Right? We need to come together. The problem is much larger than each of us individually, so we need to create solutions, which have insights, experiences, skills of all of us collectively. And the other that we wanted to look at was when we collaborate, we don't collaborate only with each other, but we collaborate disregarding the artificial lines of sectors like business, not-profit, governments, academia, media, because problems when they are created are not created by these sectors. They're created by individuals. So when we're creating solutions, obviously we need to blur those lines. So these are the two sort of things that we considered, and while there are lots of practitioners, and nutrition is not a new problem, neither are the solutions new, but the approach that we were looking at was, we thought, fundamentally new. The other thing we wanted to explore was, there's a lot of known evidence-based approaches, as they're called as, right? But they've taken us only so far. There's a lot of unknown, mostly in the last mile, proximate to the problem, where vulnerability is, communities are. So often when innovations happen, they happen in the first mile. They tend to be urban, tend to be tech-driven, tend to be systems-driven. By the time they reach people, it becomes either a Chinese whisper or it doesn't reach. And no matter what you and I talk about in nutrition, is the people who eat, who make decisions to go to the market, who address their illness in the family, who look after a pregnant woman. So these are individuals who are making every day their personal individual decisions. So while it becomes very cerebral way of looking at innovation. So we wanted to look at innovations which are proximate to the problem. And when we looked around, we didn't find a platform, for lack of a better word, a space, which allows that to happen. So that's how the idea of a Ocean Innovation Platform came about. And we wanted to build it together. So 7 organizations came together to build it together. And what you're going to see today is the manifestation of this process, which has been very complex. Each of us are have had some success individually. So we put all our baggage behind when we came together and created something new. So many thanks. It's a very important announcement today for us, and you joining here is great for us. So thanks very much. I would also say at the outset, thanks to Dr. Sapna Poti for coming and joining us and representing Office of the Principal Scientific Advisor. Your support has been very, very great, not only in launch, but also shaping it up so far. And we hope that it continues to be. So thanks for that. And it's great luck that you were here in Bangalore and could join personally, so very appreciative of that. So just to kick off, it's a small event, as I said. We will have a couple of conversations, and then we will do a small announcement, what this program is all about, what it plans to achieve over time. It's a 24-month long program. But the platform will continue to live and thrive thereafter. So this architecture and people coming together, contributing to this platform is not for 2 years alone. It's for longer term. So that's the reason, that's part of our excitement, that we're building something which will remain as a legacy in the sector and hopefully continue to do good. So my pleasure to invite Dr. Sapna Poti to come and please share your insights, give us a little bit of direction. You have a different view from 30,000 feet above, and you've worked with great people, so your thoughts will be really giving us a direction. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And it's always a pleasure to come to Bangalore because of the fact that I am a Bangalorean. So it's any reason to come here. And of course, I was quite surprised to see Jacob and Neelam. We go back many, many years. So this is quite a coincidence. I think it was a surprise for you as well, right? So I don't think I want to preach about nutrition because you're all the priests here. So, but whatever little that I have, I thought I would share. As India, I think we are doing pretty bad in the situation that we are in, right? We are 101 from 116 or so countries in terms of ranking in nutrition. And of course, 25.5% and 45.7% in terms of stunted children, lesser than 5 years of age, and we are losing them. In fact, we also have women anemia issues. Almost 53% of the women between the age of 14 to 59 are lacking nutrition. So not only this, not only the poverty and the anemia and the underprivileged, it's also you and I who are facing this today because of the lifestyle that we have. Also because of the dietary issues, the kind of pollution, the kind of the agriculture practices and all of that. So nutrition cannot be looked at separately. It has a lot of combination of things, which also means that innovations cannot be limited to nutrition only. It needs to have all these angles and all these sectors which actually contribute to a nutrition effect or execution on the ground. In terms of the government, I think we have quite a few programs. There's the NAISE, there's PDS and all of that. There's an ecosystem for nutrition. But very little that government can do in terms of the last mile, because the whole idea is that how do we get it finally to the, and also make an impact. And the ranking itself shows that there has been very little impact. And that's why we need innovations, we need technologies, we need solutions, and we also need the last mile implementation. In terms of innovations, there are several innovations which address all of these, right from for the underprivileged as well as the dietary issues. You have several apps that I'm sure each one of you would have a couple of them in your mobiles. But in addition to that, new age emerging technologies like blockchain, artificial intelligence, machine learning, as well as several nutrition-related practices have been innovated, right? By the academic institutes, by startups, and by several civil society organizations as well. However, despite the fact that we have multiple emerging technologies getting into innovations, most of them are cute experiments, if I can call it, right? Because of the fact that it stays in a lab. It doesn't go beyond the technology readiness level of, say, 5, 6, 7, or 9. It's largely in the early stage technology readiness level. And that is a big issue. Now, what are the reasons for it? The first reason is awareness. Most people are not aware of what's happening back in the labs. Most of the people who need this kind of innovation have no clue that it's getting developed somewhere. Second is resources, right? We need a lot of funding for this kind of innovation to go on the ground. Third would be the kind of support that is required or mentoring that is required. Again, that's a massive area of support. Now this again, an initiative of this nature should be able to help because of the fact that the mentors need not be from the same sector, but they should know how to mentor early stage startup or early stage innovation to go to the higher TRL levels. In fact, a couple of days ago, I was meeting a lot of organizations, and Fraunhofer is an organization which focuses on later TRLs. So they are somebody that you could be approaching to see if they could be supporting our startups and our innovations to go to the next level. So there are several such organizations. You'll have to spot them and you'll have to get them, you'll have to onboard them so that they are the ones who support this kind of innovation. So because of this complexity that we are in terms of the problem statement, the solution providers, the resources that are required, and the entire orchestra to work together in a synchronized manner, we actually thought of the Manthan platform. Which could, for want of a description, it's 100x of a nutrition platform, right? Because we have all the sustainable development goals over there. We have the emerging technologies, so about 20 of them and so on. So from emerging technologies, we're talking about defense, space, steel, those which may have a social impact, quantum and so on, which may have a social impact at a later point of time, but right now it's more about how we bring it to a next level in terms of emerging technologies. SDGs, of course, each of you know, but we are doing a lot of work on renewable energy, water, waste management, circular economy, and so on. So from this platform, what we do is there are a couple of main parameters or pillars that I can say. For instance, the first one is creating demand, right? Because India, as such, if you notice, be it skill development, be it science and technology, is a very supply-based economy, right? Which means that we think that we should create supply. Now, if there is no demand or there is no matchmaking with the demand, then there is no point of the supply, and that is how most of us get disheartened. Because we are creating so much of supply, and then we we're not solving any problems. So it's like, there's a dart, and you're throwing all the arrows around the dart. But you have no idea that the dart is a particular angle, and a dart has, yeah. So, and the dart has a particular parameter, and hence you're not able to actually hit the dart, right? So, it's very important to, even in this area of nutrition, get the demand in terms of what exactly are the problem statements and with funding. Because a lot of people have a lot of problems to share, but they don't have funding for it. So the whole thing is that get funded problem statements, or we call it opportunities because we don't like the negative word called problem statement. So we call it opportunity because the opportunity could be some of the corporates providing their infrastructure, their labs for for innovations and for research. It could be scholarships across the nation, for instance, right? It could be early stage R&D partners, because they could be supporting some early stage R&D, or market ready innovations, because once the innovation is done, the journey is just started. You need to have support over there as well. So people need to, kind of buy those innovations, take it to the next level, maybe pilot them in their geographies, and then look at the socio-economic impact which it has made, and finally take it forward from there. So it could be that, or for instance, it could also be in terms of implementation projects, which means that in their geographies, how they could implement these innovations. So it's a combination of all of these, which is a demand that we bring on the platform. So I suggest that even the nutrition platform has a huge demand collection methodology, or you use Manthan for it, because you are anyway placing it on Manthan, so you can dovetail that, that's not an issue. The second big point is showcase. Now, how do you showcase? One is to showcase all the innovations that have been done so far, which can be done, which is, we already have that called market-ready innovations. But the point is, it will again get very disheartening for our innovators, because if nobody contacts them, or if there is no action happening, they are going to start feeling bad. So somebody needs to really monitor and evaluate these innovations. Are they really worth getting showcased, or is it that all and sundry innovations are being showcased? Which also builds a credibility of your platform. So people know that, okay, this is a very authentic and credible platform, because this has an evaluated set of innovations. So that's the second piece of advice that I would like to give from our journey. The third is in terms of R&D proposals, again, which need support, or centers of excellence on nutrition. So there are several subsectors or subcategories on nutrition, right? So there could be a couple of centers of excellence just focusing on that very sharply. So which means that there could be a couple of pillars in that particular center of excellence. One could be scouting innovations in that particular category. So if it is, for instance, malnutrition for children, so in that, what are the innovations which a nation has, right? So you can call it on Manthan, get all your innovations and build that piece. The second is from those innovations which are really relevant, which are addressing large problem statements, and which need scalability and so on. So developing a huge cohort and working on that cohort with those startups, right? So getting them to the next level, piloting it, and then helping them go to the next level and so on. So these are some of the pillars that the Center of Excellence could have, and then also getting them markets, doing a market research for them, any support that that entire cohort requires. So that's a Center of Excellence which focuses on specific areas. So you could be showcasing those, and you could also be showcasing the ask, that these are the centers of excellence we have decided on, but we don't have the funding right now, but that could be part of the platform, so that people coming to the platform understand that this is the support there, these centers of excellence or innovations required. So that's the second piece. The third is that we do a lot of events and communication around it, right? So we have several large partners. Of course, being Office of Principal Scientific Advisor to the Prime Minister, naturally there will be a lot of people coming in, and they offer us, right? They volunteer, because they know that this is a movement. So they come and volunteer. So we have Netflix doing international movies. We have Amazon. In fact, I've written the storyline because I need a lot of grassroots innovators to learn. Not everybody can be incubated by an IIT and NIT, right? So we have only 300 to 500 incubators, you know. Those incubators cannot address so many lakhs and lakhs of startups which are coming up today. And quite a few of them are deep technology startups as well. So hence these episodes, which will start on 15th, which is called Startup Hub, are going to be on skill sets that a startup requires. It's a capacity building episode. Of course, we also have investors who will fund. This again, we put it on the platform, got 1,500 entries of startups who were interested in doing these reality shows, and then we have selected about 15 of them now. So 15 of them, absolute grassroots, rural startups, because everybody in India thinks, startups are very, they know how to communicate, they know a lot of stuff. Then how is it that we're not still going to the next level? Obviously, because we have quite a few who are vernacular, rural, So those are the startups that we are showcasing. And the mistakes that they make when they are pitching to investors, the kind of communication skills that they have, the HR skills that they require, leadership skills that founders require, and all of that is what we're going to show through these episodes of Amazon. So then that's the second one. The third one is that we think parliamentarians also have constituency funds. It's called the MP-led funds. So we are showcasing it through Sunset TV. To the MPs, so that they understand that there are these innovations in India which can be handpicked. But of course, we focus on the winners of challenges of what industries have placed, because of the fact that we don't have resources to evaluate every innovation. So hence we focus on those winners, because we are clear that they have gone through an evaluation process of some organization which is funding. So Netflix, Amazon, Sunset TV. Then we also have Teamworks, Jaipur Literature Festival. They also have been helping us with global and Indian scientists and technologists. So we do an annual event called Be Inspired event. So that's being done in India International Center. And IIC is also our partner in that. And the whole idea is to showcase the best of innovations, deliberate a lot on emerging technologies and all of that. So you could always have an annual event on nutrition, which you could do along with the Teamworks other things. So we are knowledge partners for that as well. So like I said, each one of them have come on their own. So none of them we have invited, because we didn't even think of these things. So they just said, of course, we thought of the whole contour and we thought of the whole storyline, and we gave them what we want from them, because they just came and said that we want to do something for you. Let us know what you want, right? The last one is the Daily Hunt. Daily Hunt is an organization, again, I think you know about InShots, Daily Hunt, etc., like My Story. So they are on their own picking up stories from other things, making their own content. And believe me, the entire platform and all the partners are completely coming on board pro bono. I don't have a single rupee on this project, right? So each one of them, including the platform is built by crowdsourcing funds. Mr. Lakshmi Narayan, ex-Cognizant Managing Director, has funded it initially, then AWS, ACT grants, and so on. So people have come forward and funded the platform. So nowhere have we touched government funds. Of course, this year onwards, the principal scientific advisor has been kind enough to say that this can be housed in NIC, and the yearly cost is something that he's going to bear. But almost all the risks that we are talking about has been taken by a group of volunteers and group of people who want India to progress and make a social impact. So that's how it is. I really wish good luck to the nutrition platform, and whatever it takes, that platform is part of Manthan for us. And you just have to ask us that this is the kind of support you want, and it'll be given. Thank you so much. It was great having you.
Thank you, Dr. Poti. What we'll do is we'll launch the platform, and I would request our collaborators also to come on the stage, please. So Shamal, Antaryami, where is Rima? Rima, you can come and join us. And I'd request Dr. Poti to help us launch. Could you please come? Thanks. Will it show in the screen?
Just press the space bar.
What does she press? The play.
Space bar.
Space bar. So if you can press the space bar to
This one, is it?
space bar.
This one, okay.
No, just press it like this.
Yeah.
Leave it. Leave it.
While
Thank you very much. I was talking briefly to Dr. Poti earlier, and I was telling her she must be very proud seeing Manthan and what it has become. Manthan has been her brainchild, and it has really distributed the ability to solve problems. So, a fantastic resource for all of us. And going forward, Potion Innovation Platform will also be leveraging a lot of value that sits behind Manthan, and hopefully in the direction of setting up a center of excellence, or setting up events where large number of young people, young innovators could engage and create value together. So thank you very much for that. We plan to set up a small talk in the end. So I would request my colleagues and collaborators here to join me. I have a couple of questions for you, so if that's okay. Rima, please join us, Antaryami, Shamal. And take a seat, please. Are the mics working? The mics working? Thank you. First of all, I will request a very quick introduction from each one of you. So if we could start with you, Shamal. What do you do, and what are you doing here?
So I am Shamal. I work with TRI, Transform World India. We are a development design organization with a vision to transform 1 lakh bottom 100, 1 lakh villages in rural India. So that's what we do. And once we look it into 3 ways that to transform rural India, it is required Samaj, Sarkar and budget to come together. And if we talk about our methodology, it has again 3 ways. We call it, first is CAL, that is Community Action Lab. So where all these innovations will be tested, piloted. Second area we call is PPIA, Public Policy in Action. So whatever we are doing, designing, it should be upskilled within the government system. And at the same time to doing so, what we have found that in rural India, the market places is market player are very limited. So our third vertical we call is a bending market for flourishing locality. And in short that we believe and work towards flourishing locality. So that's about us, about me and our work.
Thank you, Shama. Thanks very much. Antaryami?
Yeah, thank you, Sunis, for inviting. So my name is Dr. Antaryami Das, and I'm from Bal Raksha Bharat, which is also known as Save the Children. And I'm the Deputy Director looking into the health and nutrition programs there. So the theory of change of Save the Children is, 4 pillars. So, we scale things, then we partner with different, collaborators, and then we use our voice to, strengthen systems. And then the last one is the innovation. So I think this platform is the right platform that is giving me the scale, the innovation, the partnership, and the voice as well. So our aim is to reach 4 million children in India across 15 states through innovative solutions in health and nutrition. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. Rima?
Hi, my name is Rima Pandey. I'm a healthcare consultant by profession and just someone who's very passionate about health and nutrition. I have founded a nonprofit called NAISE, which most of you means foundation, to focus on catalyzing innovation in nutrition, given that nutrition is foundational to health and life outcomes. And my specific focus right now is maternal and child nutrition in 1,000 days, as well as market-based solutions. Thank you.
Thank you, Rima. So let me start with Shamal. You work across, I think across the country, but more specifically in 4 states. And you have had deep experience working with the governments, with the private sector, and the civil society. It would be great to hear from you, why does it take a collaborative approach, and how can you think of systems strengthening by bringing people together in nutrition?
Thank you very much. So before I think move into the answer, I should look in a different thing. So few days back immediately after COVID, I was in a village of Simdega district of Jharkhand. I met a girl, Jugnu. She was standing there with her small daughter, a sister. I asked the girl that, have you ate? She was just looking towards us from a distance. Then she told that no. I asked her that why. Then she shared that her mother is traveling to city as a daily wage earner. Then I asked that, do you have any members in your family? Then she shared that few years back, her father has got the second marriage. So he is living somewhere else. Then I asked that, what you have ate? She was sharing that I tried to cook, but I have taken kurkure. So what I want to share with you on behalf of not TRI, but I just want to appeal everybody to this platform, that to address the challenges of Jugnu, or the million of the child who has left behind, is required a different kind of approach. And the approach should be beyond any organization, beyond any sector. Because if I again reflect on her face every day, her eyes, I found that which issue it is. It is a nutrition, it is a migration, it is a gender issue because her father has been separated. I question that whether it is an agricultural issue or what it is. So I have unable to figure it out yet. And I think that is that area which required a different kind of approach and the innovations. And coming back to the work which we do at TRI, we firmly believe, and what we have experienced, that if we enter into a lens of a woman, from a lens of a family, then health, nutrition, all these verticals are vanished. It is a single rainbow that everyone needs a dignified life. And from us, from the outsiders, for any organizations, from government, any players, we may look everything differently, in a different singular lines, but from a lens of a woman, from a lens of a family, it is a single rainbow. And that's the area which requires a partnership. And coming back that you have asked me the question, now coming to the answering the questions, that how we address it. But I believe that if we, to address any issues, first is that we should recognize the aspiration of the people. So therefore our journey at TRI, we always says that it is that it's built on the aspiration of the people, that what they wanted to be. And to achieve that, it comes to at the family and at the community level, communities. And we have experienced that in this entire country, it is running every day, every moment. People are waking up every morning, and this country is running, making it better in their own life, in their communities. So every places there are people who actually has this power, compassion, and service to others. So what we did in TRIF, that we had identified that we call them a change vectors. Within communities, identifying those people, helping them to redesign their own destiny, helping others. So that is our first area of collaborations. Coming short to your answer, that we co-create designing solutions with the women, those who are living in those villages, to helping them to push their agenda forward. We did it with 4,500 women, Many people had questioned that 5 years back that whether it is possible without any money somebody can come and volunteer. After 5 years, we had conducted study and many things has done. What we have found that yes, it's possible. So I think that is that one area of collaboration, the partnership, that which will be come from the people. I should stop here or I'll take you to the next that example. That next is the partnership. If we look in another way, a woman has 3 roles. First is the production, reproduction and community. Unfortunately, I am also a male, that we always focus into the second part of it. But it is the time to look into beyond that she has a much bigger role in communities. She has a much bigger role in her own in her life, in her family as a producer. So therefore, helping them, the women and whoever in different villages, to play this another 2 role, that is production and community role. So to help them to do helping in production role, what we did that we had came out with an idea, it called agro-entrepreneurship. The women farmers who want to do something new for their own and introducing new technologies to their own families, to their own communities, will help them. So that way that we had built that next level of partnership, and we hope that it will impact the agricultural pattern of it. So in different way that if we want to address that nutrition part of it, it has to start somewhere else. And the third way that community, in many of the places we had brought these 3 players. One is your SHGs, self-help groups, women collectives, Panchayat Raj institutions, and also the service provider of the FLWs, the frontline workers, ASA, ANMs, and Anganwadi workers together to co-create, design the solutions local level. So that is that way we work at the community. Coming the next layer, that if it's come to the systematic level, so we work closely with government, with at different level from national to state to panchayat. Our engagement with aspirational district program, we had find out that it required 4 areas of intervention. First area is that visualizing the data, that how best we can look to target geographically very pinpointed actions. Second, that collaborative action at the district level. Third area is that to help the government to do or implementing the programs which are already exist, with nothing to do new. To help work with the government to do those programs in better way, using the first 2 methodologies in better way, targeting it. And the fourth area is that creating champions. Creating champions mean that what we hope and we have experience from our aspirational district program, that many of these young officers who are newly joining, they have the aspiration. They want to make differentiate. So how we help and collaborate with them to create? I'll give you 2 examples. During COVID, one district in Jharkhand, Chatra, one DC, he very young IS officer, he came out with an innovative idea. He found it solutions are here in this world. So what we had introduced the touchless kitchen. Earlier, the malnutrition treatment center used to be in a place. During COVID, people was unable to come to those places. So we had redesigned that malnutrition treatment center to take it to the communities. So these are the 2 examples. And what we have experienced that out of 35 districts where we had worked, out of 35, 32 has been in 3 years of span, out of 35, 32 has been awarded or identified by Niti Aayog in somewhere in their best practices or their work in the champion. So that is the work we do in collaboration with government. And coming back here, that we'll be looking to you and other partners that how jointly we co-create, co-designing and cutting short that how it will be happening.
Sure.
That what is the partnership, what we do. Again, the 3 pillars which we identify. First is that.
Shamal, sorry, can I cut you
Yeah,
short?
I just conclude in next 15 seconds. First is that aligning the role and responsibilities. So that is a very critical at different level that how we do. Second is that augmenting capacities. It is not that as organization I know or as person I know everything, but it is our collective role that how we augment each other's capacity. And third is that addressing the structure and processes and redesigning, reimagine the new things to do and have the courage to do that. And I think that is that the beauty of partnership. We are trying, hoping that we'll be doing with all of us will do make India Nutrition Collaboratives a success to do that. Thank
Thanks,
you very much.
Shamal. Thank you very much. Your work is obviously very inspiring, and we know TRI is time on the field. But what jumped out really from what you said is co-creation with the community, and I think we can't even begin to claim creating solutions in the absence of those who are facing the problem. So completely with you there. Dr. Antonyami, can I just ask you, you've spent majority of your working time in the area of nutrition. How have you seen it changing? And I think I'll also borrow the point Dr. Poti said. How do you see it as an opportunity of engaging innovators, people in this area, especially in the area of maternal and child nutrition?
Sure, thank you. So I will like to answer that questions by two hypotheses that I am going to prove now with examples. First one is that innovation is not a luxury, it's a necessity. And how it is a necessity and not a luxury, I'll try to explain through examples. Second one is the innovation is always an iterative process. It's not a, one time you fix it, then it's not that. You constantly innovate that, process. So very early in my career, I, an A&M, so A&M, those who are not from the medical field, is a community nurse who give vaccination, in the villages. So, one A&M taught me a very innovative communication messages. Those days, people were afraid of vaccination because of there is some side effect. Immediately after taking a vaccination, you will have fever and all that. So that A&M designed a communication, and she used to say that after taking this injection, if you don't get fever, then come to me next day. So that the message is very clear that after taking this, fever will be there. So if fever is there, then no problem. So that taught me, oh my God, how innovatively she is tweaking the messages, so that that fear of fever is no more there. And that happened during COVID time. I realized every health worker were telling the same thing. After this, expected is fever, so don't worry. So, but now, back to 2023, now we are dealing with so many health and nutrition issues, but we are realizing that it's not only the communications that you make it simple and receptive, it's not only that. So we need to make few more iterations using the nudging theory. Now if we're talking about nutrition, there are so many other factors are influencing your brain, your thinking process, advertisements and difficult things, making a nutritious diet is not convenient. So I always say that anything that is convenient is not nutrition, anything that is nutritious is not convenient. So that is a factor. Then maternal time is a factor. Now we realize, now we need to break the A, B, C, D to design a product. So A is the attention, B is the belief, C is the choice, and D is the determination. So if you want someone to use a product, either there is a barrier happening in the attention or belief or in the choice or in the determination. To address ABCD, you need a different set of interventions. Maybe that messaging of A&M was only about the choice or maybe about the attention, but she didn't encounter all the ABCD at a time. But today the product that we are making has to have all the behavioral barriers accounted for, otherwise it will not work. So that was one. In the very early year, there was a linear programming tool. It's a software designed by Save the Children. It's called Cost of Diet. It's a very innovative, very technological, and the objective was to find out the cheapest diet that is nutritious. I mean, there are so many alternative options available, but how do you find the most cheapest one that gives you the macronutrient, the micronutrient, and everything? So at the start of it, I was very excited. Oh my God, this is the end of innovation. Let's find out the cheapest nutritious diet. After running that software and after running the linear algorithm from all the market data and everything, the second stage now we are stuck. And we found out that the nutritious diet is 2.5 times more expensive than a calorie-only diet. Globally, it's not in India, 65% of population globally can no longer afford a nutritious, healthy diet. So it has become unaffordable now. Then the second iterative process now we need to bring is how you make a nutritious diet affordable. So that means agriculture, market, food system, technology, all these people have to do something so that they can make a nutritious diet cheapest. So that's the next level of innovation we want to make. So in brief, I would say that it's not a luxury, it's a absolute necessity. If we don't innovate constantly, we will not be able to improve the health and nutrition of mother and children, that's for sure. And second, it's a constant iterative process. Every year we need to innovate. And thanks to your team and the entire collaborative, and especially Bangalore is being the hub of ecosystem development, and you provide all the best brain, the champions. So I'm pretty sure that from this collaborative there will be few innovations that can be path breaking for the next 5-10 years. Thank you.
Thanks, Dr. Anthony. I mean, nutrition and convenience is a great connect you made. When we look at hard to reach communities and those who are necessarily vulnerable, civil society designs solutions, interventions with the government for them, we sometimes forget that a large part of that population also consumes, also pays, maybe a different price point. How do you create market-based solutions, and there's no other way to think of market equity? And that's a question that is in front of us, many of us practitioners. And I'd love to ask Reema, because you work in the area of market-based initiatives, where do you think is the opportunity, given that there is a huge support that's available for MSMEs, startups these days? Do we have an opportunity to create market-based solutions for hard-to-reach rural communities who are facing undernutrition as a problem?
Thanks, Anish. Let me start with a quick anecdote from a field visit to Raichur district, which is in North Karnataka. So imagine going on this field visit, talking to a middle-aged lady who's running a little kirana shop, and having a conversation about her nutrition, food and nutrition, and her thoughts on what she eats, what her family eats, etc., etc. So while this conversation is happening, there's three things I wanted to highlight, in this conversation. One, when this lady was asked her views on children's nutrition, she, very wisely, she has brought up kids, grandkids, and her point of view was children grow up anyways. And why do we keep talking about this? The second thing, while this conversation was happening, she had a 2-year-old grandchild who kind of ran up to her and was kind of tugging her and saying he wanted something to eat. And unlike Jugni and his sister, this child actually had a grandmother in front of him, and the grandmother promptly, pulled a pack of kurkure and, gave it to the child. Nothing against kurkure, just using that as an example. And the third thing, was when she was asked about take-home ration, the supplemental nutrition, she said, yeah, we get it sometimes, we usually just give it to the animals. So the reason I share this story is because to me, it kind of illustrates why, if you're serious about addressing nutrition, we have to think about the market. Because we have increasingly empowered consumers, and I'm going to call them consumers, individuals here. All of us like making decisions, and there is increasingly individualized decision-making about what we eat. I mean, we see it in our own families, right? A generation ago, dinner was made, everybody had to sit down quietly, eat that same dinner. It doesn't happen anymore. There's a lot more agency. And that is true in urban areas, in rural areas, across SECs, everywhere. There's also a lot of exposure to information. Everybody has a smartphone. There's they're being, everyone's seeing ads. There's this kind of skyrocketing aspirations. And there are choices available because there is kurkure available in every village in the country. And again, nothing wrong with that. I'm all for free markets and innovation and distribution channels, et cetera. But the question really is, this is not a trend that we're going to be able to stop, and we shouldn't. But how do we manage it, and how do we leverage it? And I think we need to look at it from three lenses. One is the supply lens. So I use this, I use what I call the EAAA framework when I think about supply. When we design products, services, the products have to be effective. When you think about food, what does effectiveness means? It means, nutrition, health, if you have nutrients in there, it should be bioavailable. So there are many facets of effectiveness. The second one is appealing. Food has to be tasty. It has to kind of culturally align with people's tastes. It has to be convenient. Convenience was mentioned. And it has to be aspirational. It has to be cool. We all want to try new things, eat what our friends are having, especially if you're young or adolescent. And the third one is affordability, which was also mentioned. A healthy diet is not only inconvenient, but it is not affordable. So if we are to build market-based solutions, we have to figure out affordability. And we need to involve, whether that's involving social enterprises or innovative funding mechanisms, which can support affordability for a certain period of time as solutions get piloted and evolve. And the last one is access. So everywhere that kurkure is available, what are the other choices that we can make available? There's an example, I think there's something that's been piloted called Healthy Line Shops in Assam, where I think GAIN and a couple of other collaborators have actually set up shops in remote tea estates which sell relatively healthy, and healthy again is a very broad word, food products, so that when people need something to eat, what they have available to them and accessible to them is healthy. And on the demand side, we really have to figure out how to connect with people and provide information in a way that people are comfortable consuming. Dr. Poti talked about demand, Dr. Ansayami talked about demand. And we have to understand demand, and we have to relate to our consumers and respond to their demand. And their demand is they want something that is tasty, convenient, affordable, and accessible. So that's what we need. And the last thing I'd like to say is, even when you think about markets, there's a lot that we can do at an ecosystem level, to manage, what happens in the market. Because we have to acknowledge that there are these commercial determinants of nutrition, and we need to address them. Policy is kind of, I think, an underutilized at this point instrument in the space, in the nutrition space, and policy can be, regulation can be very effective in kind of creating a framework which enables access to effective, affordable nutrition. The example I'd like to take is, the success of the anti-smoking movement in the US, which was very, very policy-driven and was super effective in bringing down smoking rates, which had kind of been driven up by the tobacco industry, till the 1970s, and then crashed by about 50% in the next, kind of 2 decades, driven to a large extent by everything from product labels to communication to, actually in this case, making products less affordable through taxation, as well as access, just making smoking uncool and in a lot of places. So lots to be done, and very excited to be working with the Potion Innovation Platform. Thank you.
Thank you, Rima. Clearly, you've, I think, together laid out where the opportunities are, whether collaborating and co-creating with the communities or behavior like Dr. Antayami pointed, and of course, market-based solutions. If you allow me, I choose not to remember each of your acronyms as I'm getting mixed up with them. But many thanks, each one of you. I think it also lays out why are we together, because we do see sense in different skill sets, different experiences coming together to create something which can be larger than each of us individually. So thanks very much. Please join us there. We're at the end of the program. Just saying that when we launch this, just so that you know, and it's not hazy anymore, Potion Innovation Platform will start as a challenge, which will invite applications, innovators to come and nominate their respective innovations to bring change in the area of nutrition. So overcome undernutrition as a problem. And this challenge will run for about few months, I think 6 months, till it becomes, gets to a point where winning innovations are selected. Then they will go through a process of incubation and scaling, and then they will work with partner state governments, block governments, district governments to roll out these solutions. So it's a long process of about 24 months, and we are betting on speed and scale here. So essentially supporting innovations which can really bring large-scale change in the area of nutrition. Thanks very much. Yeah. May I request Dr. Poti to please come and accept a little token of appreciation from our side. Many thanks, everyone. You will hear from us. You will see communications around Potion Innovation Platform, and our request to each one of you, young and old and in the middle, is to reach out to your respective communities, and there's an innovator in each one of us. Sorry. And social media handles, so follow them. Yeah, so if we can get more and more innovations into the platform, it'll be a roaring success. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much for joining us. You can join us for tea break now. If you go to the left and then turn right, we have tea for everyone. And we have a session on city, neighborhood, and ecology at 11:30 in the auditorium. So please come back for that. Thank you.
Good morning. I welcome you all to this session, City, Neighborhood and Ecology. Unlike many cities, Bengaluru is not on a river's banks. Historically, the city's livelihood depended on rainfall and its lakes built across 2 millennia, which gradually declined with the introduction of piped water supply. It now receives water from the Kaveri River, 100 kilometers away, through an energy-intensive process. Bengaluru's inadequate infrastructure contributes to untreated sewage finding its way into the city's keres, which are the lakes, and kalues, which are the natural canals, thus polluting them. Unplanned and illegal construction encroached on these commons for real estate development, resulting in urban flooding during monsoons. The city is deprived of its natural heritage, and the interrelationships of community with the commons are ruptured. How can the commons be saved? Can local communities be part of the solution building and become stewards of their interventions? How might the city be healthy and safe for its inhabitants? Our speakers will share their views on this. Our first speaker is Professor Neelkant Chaya. He's associated with Shrishti Manipal Institute for a long time and needs no introduction. Professor Chaya has practiced both in Africa and India, and his firm Mandala Design Services is based in Vadodara. He retired in 2013 as the Dean of the Faculty of Architecture, CEPT, Ahmedabad, after a 24-year teaching sojourn at the school. He is currently the UNESCO Chair for Heritage, Sustainability, and Livelihoods. We welcome Professor Chaya to this session. Professor Chaya, can I please request you to take the stage? Thank you.
Yeah, it's a great pleasure to be back in Srishti after some gap. And as usual, it's an event full of passion and an event, which is trying to do something for the community, for the city. And I think this is a kind of change in the system of learning where it connects to things on the ground. And I think this is therefore a great opportunity for us all. And Bangalore certainly, because Bangalore is at the leading edge, not only of IT, but of design. And I think that is where a lot of things are possible. So I'm going to talk about what form the city takes and what are the kinds of ecologies that inhabit the space of the city. I'll start with a small quotation from Vladimir Nabokov, who wrote, "What can be controlled is never truly real. What can be controlled is never truly real. What is real can never be completely controlled." And in the last 200 years of city building, the paradigm has been, we will master nature, and the city will be something that shows the capability of the human thought to control everything. Control water, control air. We made many devices, continue to make them like those things that filter the air. Yeah, but for water also we did that, for plants we did that, for everything. We started having this hubris of a mental capacity which will overcome the physical. And we have to keep in mind that most of that is in a world which is not real. And the real world, like the pandemic showed us, will come back, will not take it so sleepily. It's real. So I'm going to talk about cities as landform, water flows, and ecological communities of transformation. This phrase I use quite carefully. We consider all other forms of life as the antithesis of human inhabitation. Obviously, some we don't want at all. We don't want rats or cockroaches on our dining tables at least. But they may be somewhere around, but we don't know what the bacteria, what mycelia, what different kinds of plants, all these things, what they can do, which we have forgotten. So living organisms, tiny bacteria, plants, trees, fauna, are continually at work in the city. Except that we have made monocultures. We have eliminated, we have used pesticides, we have used this, we have used that, and we have blocked the activity of the little creatures. Because they find their own balance. I mean, it's not that they'll go out of control. So the city, first and foremost, is an organic entity. It is not something else. It is an organic activity in which live humans and live mushrooms and live mycelia and live bacteria and live trees, they are all working to clean the air, to clean the water perhaps, but it's an organic entity. We need to start considering cities as open systems. In the last 200 years, we have thought of them as closed systems where a resource is sourced and it enters the city, it is used, becomes waste, and is thrown out. So the city became a mechanism for creating problems generally, rather than solving them. Every time in the last 200 years, every time we have tried to solve a problem by technological hubris, we have created more problems. And this is what happened to the city when we started thinking of them as closed system. What I would like to suggest is that the cities are cellular entities with interstices, not crystalline, impermeable entities. I'll talk about that a little more in a minute. So a closed system, resource comes in, it's used, waste goes out. And it is completely controllable, ideally. It's like an air-conditioned room, for example. So we thought about cities as somewhere where we'll control everything. We'll control disease, we'll control food, we'll control everything. And we developed the systems to coordinate and manage these systems. Manage, not from above. But an open system is a continuous cycle. It is not a closed loop. It is a loop which spins out into other loops, and every resource becomes a new resource at some other point and comes back. Some is stored, some is used, some spins off and creates some new resource somewhere else. And that is the fundamental sense of a forest, for example. That a forest, there is no waste in a forest. Leaves that fall on the ground are not waste. And the insects that walk around in it are not waste. So there's no waste in an open system. And one of the major problems in front of us is when land and water and waste, and especially waste which cannot be degraded by organic action, what do we do? That is one of our major problems. So, open systems. We thought of the city as a sort of crystalline entity, box-like. And we designed cities irrespective of the contours. The curved lines there show the contours, the topography, and we designed cities irrespective of that. We never thought of where the water will flow. We never thought of where the trees could grow. We never thought about where the butterflies would be. We never thought about how the water will get cleaned up again. We designed it as because somehow, to us, the abstract knowledge of formulae and form was more important, was more human than the fluid adjustment to conditions. Actually, if you see, as we became more and more developed, let's say, a very interesting word, which we should use very carefully. We started wearing things which make us stiff. We started wearing heavy boots, we started wearing clothes which are tight, and we started striding. Same has happened to the city. For the car to move, make it as cleanly efficient as possible. Not for the water to move, not for the plants to grow, not for little insects, not for bacteria, not for human children even. And see what's happening in Chennai. This is the result of that hubris, which says, oh yes, there used to be water here, canalize it. No canal proves to be big enough. In Seoul, they had to remove the canal. In Bhuj, they had to open up that whole thing again and make it into an open space, which sometimes gets flooded. Take care. So that crystalline form, or the crystalline order, there's no permeability, it's hard, it's like an object. That's what a city is supposed to be. We pave everything. But you could think about cellular form. And in organic entities, the interstitial space between the cells is the space where all action occurs. Fluids come out, fluids go in, they interact, they create all kinds of modifications in the interstitial space. And it allows flow and it allows regeneration. And it's not as if we didn't think about this for cities. The diagram on the right shows a possible way in which the interstices between higher land could become the kind of zones in which regeneration is possible. And there are traditions of building like that, except that we were far too clever to accept that. And we were very satisfied with our ability to draw efficient lines. So through history and in all parts of the world, before man sought to master nature, settlements have followed the dictates of land and water. These are the two primary dictates. You got to take care of the form of the land. You got to drape your city over the land like a piece of cloth so that it takes the shape. You try taking a piece of cloth with a pattern on it and put it on an uneven surface, and how beautiful that pattern develops into its own, like a lined, garment. like that, we used to wrap the city on the topography, taking care that the places where the water drained were the places which were part of the commons. They were never made into private property, and they were allowed to proliferate many kinds of biodiversity. So the form of place, the form of the topography, gives rise to the form of the city throughout history. Look at this. This is a small town in Rajasthan. And why are the streets so, nowadays we say very crooked streets. Why are they crooked? Those were, in German, the word for that place where the water used to flow is Talweg. That is the place where the water flows. All the major cart routes used to be on the Talweg. So that only in rainy season you could not use the road. Good. But otherwise, that was somewhere where you didn't do anything else. And you planted trees there, you allowed the movement there. And the form of the city here comes from the topography. At a larger scale, move a little farther out and see how the whole landscape is shaped by this hill. Entire landscape. You go to Bengal, this is near Bolpur, and you get, because there's lots of water. We are looking at a dry place, but if we look at water, then the Pukur, which is the place where water is collected into a kind of pond, becomes the place where all organic wastes go in, the fish feed on that, you fish and take the fish out, that becomes food. So the Bengali original person is a kind of circle in which the fish go in and the waste come out and go to the Pukur, become fish again, and like that. I'm sorry to put it in such a horrible way, but that's what the open system is. And you can grow rice out of that water because the fish have left some fertile material and all that. So this is how they built. See how the main pond, other bigger ponds, and small ponds, small pukurs. The whole of life revolves around that, on the flow of water. Or you go to along the Kaveri, 1,000-year-old irrigation system, but still, even there, the shape of the settlement is governed by how the water is taken to the farms. But it's not just in India, this primitive country where we didn't know technology and we never put our minds to science and all that kind of thing. No. This is a beautiful hill town in Italy. And see how, today it's a tourist place. People go there to see the streets and look at how it is draped on the hill. Bangalore is draped on several small, higher parts and leave the water to collect somewhere. And this was for every city in the world, not just, except maybe where the gods were more powerful, Srirangam, for example. But otherwise, where human beings were small creatures, there all it went with the land. This is Perugia, another beautiful old town in Italy. See how the whole shape of it comes out of the topography. I'm showing you all of these because one will always be accused of being a traditionalist or being a very, low-tech kind of thinker and all that. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the fundamental attitude towards city building. when you make a new part of a city, when you let the water flow, all these things require a close study of the existing conditions, including of the land, of the vegetation, and so on and so forth. So the diagram that really would be a city diagram is that kind of diagram where the points and the blue circles or blue odd-shaped things are the cells, and the buzzing red is the interaction in the interstices. Of course, now we don't have that much space for the interstices, but even if we have less space, this has been shown in Bhuj, for example. And you could do it in very tight spaces, but it requires a careful attention. So, the cellular city. Because I know Ahmedabad very, very well, because I live there, I'll talk about that city. This is the topography. The Sabarmati, yes, we do have a river, but it's a seasonal river. Now, of course, it's been made into a lake, borrowing water from Narmada and all that kind of thing, but otherwise, it's a seasonal water course. And the whole topography shows all the blue dots that you can see are the hundreds of lakes. So if you see here, unfortunately, the lakes have been shown in red. They should have been shown in blue, but it's okay, doesn't matter. That's the black chunky part is Ahmedabad city, and the gray dots are all the small settlements around. Can we think about any urbanism which doesn't concentrate everything, but creates this network of cellular objects, all dealing with water and land, that deal with the water as a big thing, as in the river or the water courses. For example, in Ahmedabad, the light is this one. Oh, it won't show on this screen. Let me show you with, yeah. Can you see the, yes. So from here, you can see there is a kind of movement because there's a valley here. So from this lake, the water flows into that lake, then into that lake, then into that lake, and finally into the Sarkhej campus. Similarly, there are connected lakes, and this was an old system that we knew. Bangalore knew it, Ahmedabad knew it. And we created the whole city form. Look at the plans of the city then. That it is not a strictly delineated, but it is adjusting itself. It is making room for the movement of the natural features. So this is one of my students did a study, because it's very interesting. Old Ahmedabad never gets flooded, never. And a little more rain falls and Western Ahmedabad always gets flooded. Why? Because when they designed, if you see Ahmedabad, you think, why did they design a cities like, all crooked and the streets going at no right angles, nothing. It's along the water. So that street, for example, this is a mound, and that's a mound. Water from that flows into this, around the Queen's Tomb, down through there, and up to the river. The shape of the streets is formed by the flow of the water according to the original topography. And this is the case, I'm sure, with many parts of Bangalore as well. I mean, I'm just taking Ahmedabad because I have all the ready studies. So, cellular structure, interstitial spaces, I claim it is a recipe for regenerative flows. Interstices allow continual transformation, absorption, reharvesting. Water, soil, organisms, many ecosystems in play. And this is what a city has to take into account. So what did we do in the old days, and still we can do? All unusable, low-lying, flood-prone spaces were kept as interstitial spaces. They're less useful for human inhabitation because they tend to flood, but very useful for all forms of processes of regeneration. Wastewater can go there, be treated in the plants and become clean, and then go into the aquifer or be collected in a lake. All of these things could happen in the interstitial space. They then become useful to the city as spaces of less activity, spaces which are quiet, which are not buzzing with the mad activity that a city tends to have, but also they are places of water flow, of biodiversity, in general, spaces that process waste. I mean, waste also in terms of mental tensions, and all that is waste, you know. And so they allow human regeneration also, not just the regeneration of resources like water, but also regenerating ourselves. So this is a tradition in many parts of Western India. In the place which tends to get flooded, only slightly lower than the village itself, it tends to get flooded. There is one species of trees which can grow there, Acacia nilotica. And the acacia plantation, it's a beautiful thing. Black trunks, beautiful light green cover. Grass can grow under it because there is enough light that comes through. It becomes what in Gujarati we call gochar land. That means it's grazing land, it's the commons. Every village had a commons like this in the low-lying part of it, and nobody was allowed to usurp that space because the community said, this is commons, sorry. So this is a very, very interesting example of the low-lying lands or the interstitial spaces. Then around that part would be some massive trees, a little bit of paving, and a tired person could go and sit there, children could play there, all kinds of things happened. I'm not showing you very attractive looking gardens. I'm showing you very basic things. I'm sure Vijay will have done similar work. But this is something which is so down to earth, and it's completely natural. There's no big, huge, overarching system which makes it happen. It's the community which makes it happen. You might put a little shrine there, and you can see the growth of the trees behind, and rain has just fallen, the stone is little wet. These are the ways in which the sense of getting away from this busy world can be done. In the interstitial spaces, there's no money to be spent. It is actually the space which is giving the city something back. And all over India, this is in Mathura, but it's everywhere. No part of India lacks that sense that the interstitial space, the space between, is really the space which is the community's space, which is not the owned space. And the community has not only a responsibility, but it takes pride in providing for the elderly, providing for children, all of that. So, do we need to return to careful attention to land, water, and waste? Can we? Because we'll say our cities are now so jam-packed that we can't, there's no way out. There's no interstitial space left. Do we have interstitial spaces? The case of Bangalore. I just went to Google Earth, nice tool. and you look at, simply you look at Bangalore and see how much interstitial space you have. Bangalore is a massive low-hanging fruit for treating water, taking care of canals, making the interstitial spaces as community spaces, public spaces, and even thinking of where to build new things, because we'll need to expand the city. But when we do build new, will we take care of the topography? We'll also make sure that there is interstitial space. Will we treat waste right where it's being created by using the interstitial space? What are the things that we can do? And Bangalore, being so design-oriented, is the city which has scientists, engineers, civic thinkers, architects, urban designers, everybody. We have got the top people in this city, and we have got the land with which to do it. The best research on water, much of it is in Bangalore. How to revive old wells, what to do with lakes, all of this thing has happened. Why not jump forward with that? And that's why this Bangalore Design Week is so inspiring, so exciting to me, that we have here, in many cities in India, you won't find those swaths of look at this. It comes from here, and there's a little break in between, but otherwise it joins this big one outside Bangalore. This is the interstitial space. Just imagine, if it was a factory, a live factory for treating waste, creating it into potent, fertile water, which then grew vegetables, which then the organic vegetables came back into the city. How we could do that? What about the communities which live there? So there's a whole lot of potentials there. I come closer, and there are institutions which also are part of the interstitial spaces. And I come to Yelahanka, nearer to Yelahanka. Actually, in Yelahanka, we have got all the elements with which we can do this. We don't have to go very far, but we should go all over Bangalore. Why not? So, a gentle manifesto for our actions in Bangalore, but also at other places. But Bangalore takes the lead, so we jump into that. So let us protect and preserve the interstitial spaces as the commons. Let us make sure that there is a way in which communities start demanding, and the government agrees, and the legal frameworks are established, that the commons, and already things have happened before. Many years ago, in Ahmedabad, for example, they started filling up lakes. And Center for Environment Education made a small booklet which showed the 400 lakes that Ahmedabad used to have. And they went to the court, and the Supreme Court finally announced that under the law, natural water collection, or which have been traditionally there for more than so many years, cannot be touched, cannot become private property. And we have laws like that. We need to focus them, but we also need to focus design energies so that this fertile ground becomes fruitful. Let us reduce, or preferably stop, using materials that cannot be broken down by organic processes. For example, plastics. I know this is a big demand, but if design schools work on it, for example, on packaging, why do we need to use plastic for every kind of packaging? Why cannot we have, for example, in Calgary, Canada, I saw a shop where you could not buy any grain or any material in a packet. It was like one of those old shops, but very hygienically done. You opened this thing and the rice fell out into a vessel, and then you weighed it, you paid for it, and you had brought your own bag for it. That's how we used to buy, no, in that newspaper which was made into a cone and tied up. Why should we have smaller and smaller packets of everything? Why should we have so much plastic? Why should we make plastic so easy to have? What are the ways in which taxation, etc., etc.? So the designer has a role to play in this also, in the design of products, in the design of packaging, and in the advocacy for the use of other kinds of material. Then protect the biodiversity that forms regenerative ecosystems. We have a huge amount of plant material which does all kinds of things, and we have all kinds of mycelia, bacteria, which regenerate, which takes wastewater. In my own house at Ahmedabad, some distance from Ahmedabad, I have made what is called a battery septic tank. So it's got, instead of one inlet chamber and one outlet chamber, it's got 5 chambers. So by the time the water comes to the last chamber, it is 80% cleaned of all bad bacteria. And then I have these a sort of French drain, that is pipes under the ground, about a meter below the ground, which have got holes in them. And that water goes there, and you should see the trees growing. I have a kadam tree which is enjoying that water. And you could plant vegetables, and you could do all kinds of things with that. It's not a difficult thing to build. And Bangalore has the kind of geology in which it is possible to do it. In black cotton soil situations, it's very difficult to do that because the soil cannot absorb the water. But this kind of thing is possible. So, but we have to protect the biodiversity that allows that to happen. Involve communities at neighborhood scale to implement this. Not just the city scale, not just the city fathers. It has to be the local people who take charge of this. That they object when waste is thrown, like we do. But now it should become something really powerful, without fear. So, then we will do the nalas, we will do the water courses, we will do the interstitial space, we will do the collecting points, the lakes, we will do and revive the wells, we will think about new towns also in terms of this kind of a open system, and take into account what was there already, and not do something ex novo in a kind of a greenfield site. There is no greenfield site. Nowhere in the world is there a greenfield site. All sites are brownfield sites. How about that? Isn't that wonderful? That there is always something that I am responding to. I find it very difficult to design if I didn't have something which was before the design happened. Because design, if it is about the future, it is a future which is moving like that, in a spiral form. And that spiral cannot occur without the trajectory before. And whether it's the natural forms, whether it's the people who live there, whether it's a few houses which can exist there where we are doing a new town, all of these have to be taken into account. So, the city is not a big machine, but it is a living cellular structure, internally regulated, internally. Not by law alone, not by police action alone, not by taxation alone, not by the framework, but internally regulated. Nature does this all the time. A forest has no ruler. A forest has no city council. And it does it. And why can't we humans come closer to that. We may not be 100% successful like the forests, but we can try. So it's a living cellular structure, internally regulated. And let us supplement engineering with life science, of which Bangalore is a major center. And Mukund has just now won that award. And it's such a wonderful thing that somebody who is connected to Srishti so strongly, so we can bring him in, and the life sciences are there for this whole action group to take hold of. Every resource is available. Thoughts are available, minds are available, knowledge is available. The city has a form which works for that purpose. All we need to do is to now start being active. That's why the action group is so important. I'll end with a small quotation from Rilke. And he says, this is in the 9th Duino elegy. He says, "Earth, your will, is it not this? To rise up in us, invisible. Is it not your dream one day to be invisible?" That means the earth became part of us. We eat what it gives. Is it not your dream one day to be invisible? Earth, invisible. What, if not transfiguration, is your pressing mission? That's the mission of the earth. Earth, dear one, I shall. And so shall we, all of us who are gathered here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Chaya. That was indeed very thought-provoking. Our next speaker for the day is architect Vijay Narnapatti. He's a practicing architect and founder of Maya Praxis, a design practice in Bengaluru. He's a graduate from School of Planning and Architecture, New Delhi, and has a master's in History and Theory of Architecture from the University of Cincinnati. And he has worked on participatory projects, bottoms-up, inclusive, to shape a better environment, in Bangalore, where he lives and practices. He is also the founding faculty of the School of Architecture, Christ University, Bangalore, and he's been working with other design professionals to restructure and energize design education. So I very warmly welcome Vijay onto the stage. Thank you.
Thank you. I think I have heard Professor Chaya speak before many times, and I always find that he's like this messenger. He comes and sort of establishes for us a vision that we perhaps know but are not clear enough to sort of follow through on. So I think it's wonderful to hear him speak about how the city is an organism, and this is it's an old argument, but it's the way that he's spoken that seems to refresh a sort of hope in a city that I find I'm constantly struggling with. So I think I'm so happy to see so many things happening in the city now, in Bangalore, and a lot of my friends are doing stuff all over India. And it's so hopeful. At the same time, you are working in a condition where the challenges can seem a little daunting. And so you need this sort of these kind of meetings where there's a sort of a collective hope, that there is actually through many interventions of different kinds, we are able to shape things towards a better world, right? So I'm generally, because I'm so steeped in practice now for the past 2 years, although I have been like a bird jumping from tree to tree and enjoying the pleasures of practice and theory and research and teaching. Now, particularly, I am just so embedded in practice. I feel that I am placed in a very different sort of setting in my mind from what Professor Chaya has set out. You know, my concerns are with how to make things happen, which is what you're talking about, but I'm feeling like one of those worker bees who's struggling to find the honey and then come back home. So this scenario, I'm sure, is common to many people. So I think what I could do best is to connect what's been spoken about with what could be one single project. I've just focused on one single work that as a collaborative set of people we've done. And none of these works can be possible without so many people who are so different in their engagement that they all become owners of this, right? So it's hard to be presenting different viewpoints. I'll present it from a particular viewpoint. I'm sure you'll be able to interpret it in different circumstances from different people's perspective. So there's the city, the Bangalore is home to me from now 22, 23 years. Unlike Hyderabad, where I grew up, or Chennai, where Hyderabad is very intuitive when I grew up there. Now if I go to Hyderabad, I can't find my way there. But it was a very embedded, intuitive understanding of the city, and I would walk around. I know where my school was located in the center of the city, in an old palace, and there was a hill right next to that, and there was Birla Mandir, and opposite that there was Hussain Sagar, and the setting was amazing. I mean, and my school was a little different, and they allowed certain freedoms. So we used to climb up the hill, and my friend used to climb up the rocks and stuff like that. So there's a sort of, I'm telling you, when you grow up, it's important to be in the surrounding where there's a freedom to move around natural spaces which are interstitial. In a way, I can deeply relate to that. And I had a biology professor. Sorry, I think I'll take a little bit of time to just get warmed up. So Professor Dawson was a wonderful teacher. So what he'd do was in the backyard of our school, it's a fairly big ground. And he had this nook and corner where he had his biology lab, and he'd have a monitor lizard, he'll have some parakeet, some hajar stuff, animals, a chota mota zoo. And then he'll allow us to come there and, just be with the animals. And I don't think I was a very good student. I mean, I never really felt like so much at home in a biology lab. But it was so much fun to just be with him. And he was able to establish between the setting of the school and the teacher, there's a kind of deep embedment of understanding of where we are living, right? So then, you carry that forward with you always. Especially in architecture school, you sort of see that there's a landscape, and you can't do anything but set your design in a landscape. And then that's sort of how I'm looking at things now, maybe a little bit more mature. So when it comes to the city, and it's just not possible to see the city without its underlying landscape. Bangalore, I think those of you know Bangalore, it's undulating Deccan Plateau landform, has created all these pockets. There's so many lakes, which we call lakes, but there's tanks, rightfully, because they're man-made. Let's say lakes are not man-made, tanks are man-made, whatever, some differentiation. And all these lakes now, like slowly from the 50s, 60s, we've lost a lot of them to playgrounds, indoor stadiums, railway station, bus stand. So there used to be the watersheds and they were dry. And all of them just disappeared to make public infrastructure with very good intent, very good intent. And they are public spaces. So if you go to the football stadium and it's monsoon, obviously you can't play in the field because it's gushing water from below. So the soccer football stadium that we have is on a lake, you know, right? So we have wonderful examples. Maybe someday we'll shift the football stadium from there and we'll make a lake back again. And the Karaga happens around that. So it's just a celebration of the, it's a festival that celebrates this whole being in this place. So then we have Gandhi Bazaar, right? So Gandhi Bazaar is in Baswangudi. Baswangudi, you should all easily relate. There was this epidemic, or the plague, let's call it, not really. Plague in 1898, and like we are familiar, it's not so unfamiliar, COVID really brought us close to that. There was deep impact. There was rethinking about what the modern hygienic city had to be. The modern hygienic city, I mean, and let's say the other older settlements were the Pete area around the fort, and there's Alsur. Alsur had a man-made lake again, and because of the landform, all the sewage would flow into Alsur. And when it flows into Alsur, there is really, there's sort of a informal encroachment, because that was the settlement where people who just migrated, found jobs, lived there. I mean, so as a result, it became contaminated, and that plus the plague just made people think that we have to plan cities and we have to make this kind of wonderful modern city. So the modern hygienic city that you're talking about really shows itself through in Baswangudi. And I think I have some picture. Yeah, so this is Baswangudi, and if you see, it's planned as a sort of a gridiron, and it's very neatly laid out. There are a park in the middle, wonderful park, very good public space, but everything is like regimented. You know, so there's no space for any interstitial space. But just to the west of it is the Gavipuram Lake. To the east of it, you have Lalbagh with its own lake. And to the south, there is many lakes actually around my area. So they're all cascading together, connecting each other, etc. So when this was not really draped on sort of the landscape, it was set in a way that it was a contrast to what seemed like the problem at that time, that point in time. The problem was we don't design these cities, although Bangalore, by the way, the Pete area is also very designed in its own way, maybe not this kind of modern design, but there was a planning there and there was an intent. Alsur was not like that, and it was dirty and filthy and there was no proper solid waste. And so we can have that here. We'll have conservancies, and the back of the house you can dump the solid waste of whichever kind. Somebody comes without being seen, and they just clean it up. And the broad avenues are full of trees where it's all, no garbage is collected. So, wonderful. So, it was a modern hygienic city. And Malleshwaram also developed a similar model, but this seemed to be a lot more grand, and it seemed like a wonderful idea. And so it had this Krishna Rao Park in the middle. And if you go to Bull Temple and Bugle Rock, you'll see the landscape was like that. But if you go to Baswangudi, there's not a rock to be seen. So early on, I think 1924 when it got completed, they had already anticipated the Bangalore Development Authority, and they decided all these rocks and trees are to be removed. Then we'll put our grade, we'll put our planning, and then we'll replant stuff. And it's got replanted, and now it's got its own charm. You know, people love that place, and it has this avenue of wonderful rain trees. Probably don't belong here, but yes, we have these rain trees casting shadows of glittering sunlight, and this breeze coming through the avenue of trees and these old houses. Now the houses have been replaced by nice glass blocks which reflect each other. But you can see that one of the streets, the diagonal street, I mean, this, what happens is if you move on the grid, they are more smaller neighborhood streets, but if you move on the diagonal streets, they're broader. There are also these four streets which are along the orthogonal north-south, which are also broad streets, but there are shortcuts. So one of the shortcuts became the Market Street, and with good reason. I think it wasn't planned like that. They were all old houses, and there was really no market there. So suddenly, a couple of people put shops, and the other people said, "Oh yeah, business chal raha hai, I'll also put my shop." And it became shopping street. And then once the shops came, people used to come there and said, "Okay." Vendors also came there saying, "Hey, people are anyway roaming around the streets. Let me put my, I'll also find some business." And it became a wonderful bazaar. I mean, so bazaars are really sort of, the spirit of the bazaar seems to have happened organically in a place that is very linear and organized and sort of so. So you have to recognize that people manage to make it their own, and there would be flowers, and the flower waste would be dumped somewhere, and then the vegetable waste would be dumped somewhere, and then the cows. Around this, there were of course a lot of households which managed to have cows sell milk, etc. And those cows would just happily roam around, come eat all the waste and go back. Of course, they also shit everywhere, but that's part of the scenario. So there was a certain understanding of how this hygienic city could work. And Gandhi Bazaar was like a node which brought everybody there, not just from Baswangudi, but from NAISE colony or Chamrajpet. So these are all somewhat planned neighborhoods, right? So they are post-independence in some sense. NAISE colony is old, but it's smaller houses, people with lower income. Baswangudi is larger houses, big plots, and so now you can see that they got subdivided. So NAISE colony, because it was small plots, the houses are, let's say, 2 floors. But Baswangudi, large plots, they get subdivided. The backside also becomes, the conservancy has become a main road. For those who don't know what a conservancy is, it's the service road. Behind 2 plots, which are facing main roads on either side, there's one road in between, which is the conservancy, and that's where all the solid waste was transported. So now, after subdivision, you're facing a broad road. According to the bylaws, you can build so much, and you can go high. So you can build about 5 floors, 6 floors, etc. So now, the scale of the street is changing, but still people are still there doing exactly what they were doing from a long, long time. People are selling, people are buying, people are just hanging around. And it should be, there's 2 ends to this road. Both are parks. One is the Tagore Park, which is a very interesting park, well maintained by the residents, owned by them, very protected. They will lock it up, 10 o'clock, come back, they'll open it. And even otherwise, if you want to go use it, you can use it, but the stage, etc. So it's a community place. So that's to the southeast there, the rectangle there. On the other side is a island park. It's got stuck around traffic moving around it. Maybe it's called Ramakrishna Circle, and there is a Vivekananda statue, and you must be like having chakkar, because traffic is always moving around it. So that doesn't bother the people who are moving around in traffic, but I'm sure it bothers him. And so that's the other park. So this is a street that's between 2 parks. So you can see that in good intent they've planned all these parks and these avenues and these. But there is a nala that starts from Bull Temple. Actually, the story goes that Vrishabhavati starts at Bull Temple. And nobody knows this. Where is this Vrishabhavati? Vrishabhavati is now, unfortunately, if you go there, you say, what is the nala? But it is one of the 2 big rivers, seasonal rivers of Bangalore, Vrishabhavati and Arkavati. So it goes from here, and I think there is a connection to somewhere near Sankey Tank. And from there it flows back towards Mysore Road. So there is this nala, but we encounter it in the middle of Baswangudi, but you don't know where it begins, where it ends. There's a nala there. And so after that it gets covered, and real estate takes it over. So there is this kind of avenue of trees. There was a nice, lot of nice stream, seasonal stream, now disappeared. And you can see that the slope of the land is from the park towards the outside, all directions. This is coming towards the park, but then it goes down. So intelligently designed that the diagonal will carry all the water away from this, and whatever, all the big roads will carry the water away. So generally there's no flooding except where the nala is. The nala has a bump. The road is going like this, suddenly nala is going down there, so they've decided that we have to have the stormwater drain constructed, RCC and slab and all that. So they decided, let's make more space. So if you go on the road, suddenly it'll go like that, and then it'll come down. So when it obviously rains and there's a lot of water in it, it'll ooze water and comes into the road and there's a flooding there. So then you remember, oh shit, there was some kind of a water source here. So and these are the people who are, let's say, stakeholders. I want to run you a small movie. Just give me 2 minutes. Where is that? Yeah, this is it. I got it. Is this it? There are 2. Oh, there. There you go. Thank you. So this is a short film of who are the stakeholders. So these are the stakeholders and this is what they want. It's very simple. And if you don't ask them, you can't get to design the place. You have no right to design the place without asking them. And most of our projects, otherwise, I run a regular architectural practice, so we do a lot of different things. So I've tried this in schools projects, I've tried this in a resort project. Most of the time, the client doesn't want us to ask anybody. Here, I think somehow we got BBMP, not BBMP, DULT. It's a very wonderful organization in the city to work with us on a participatory program. Actually, very interestingly, GIZ really called out the initial brief. And it was under a scheme where it's farm to plate. And from the farm, this scheme came under this idea that let's do a pilot where the vendors can have direct access to the customers there, not have all these middle people. And so, interestingly, it has a larger, networked idea in the beginning, and a horticulture department was supposed to be involved and so on and so forth, but that didn't happen. Eventually, it became an urban design project, right? So, but while it really had to be a more integrated, coordinated project, it just remained urban design project. Maybe in the future we can do something better than this. So if you see, we did a lot of drawings, understanding, recording of what really the street is like, what are the issues, what are the opportunities. And so we went and marked each and every one of the vendors. Nobody's done that. They all have license cards under a particular government scheme, but nobody in the government knows who the correct vendor who's living there. Even if you have to rehabilitate them, they don't have, we have, and they don't have it. And so there's a very big challenge. Ours is not a legal document, theirs is. And they don't know half the people are there or not after COVID. A lot of people lost their livelihoods and they had to move out, and new people have come. So there is this idea of who then are the people who deserve to be back on the street. Is it just the people who have already been there, or is it people who want to be there? So the question then becomes, how inclusive can this project be, and how much of that setting we can provide as designers? So we had a fairly elaborate, a year-long participative process where we had meetings and workshops and exhibitions with various stakeholders, residents, vendors, shop owners, and then for the larger public who all anyway come there, we had an exhibition that through the 1 year informed us what really they wanted. So when we presented some scenarios in the exhibition, asked them to vote which one they liked and give us comments on each of the panels what they did. And so we got a lot of good feedback, and the vendors gave feedback hesitantly. Then once they knew that, okay, we are willing to listen, because if you notice in the video also, they never expected to be asked. So that's the top-down system we have. Twice or thrice they've been cleared out of the street. So they came and gave us feedback. The shop owners are the ones who resisted most, and they have been still the most vocal, politically opposed to this project. And I understand their insecurities, and we had to work with them. We have made a lot of changes to accommodate their insecurities. So, and then the BBMP itself, has, and the government itself has many, many arms. It's not one lump, right? So many agencies, so many different people, political agencies as well as bureaucratic agencies. We have to deal with all that, and that becomes the complexity of such a project. And nobody wants to do it this way, because then it's a lot of trouble for the person who's doing it as well as all the people who are engaged with it. Nobody wants it. So just top-down really works well for the city because nobody wants it. And so even in the end, when you think that it has been a responsive design, and people really appreciate it, they still question whether we should be doing this for any other project or not. So, okay, fine. So we had public workshops, we filled up forms, we had games to make people understand really how they can influence. And I think you've seen this in other probably public projects, but this is probably the first one in Bangalore that's done some. We had events where we had people come and talk, sing, play, etc., so that we could engage them with the idea that it can be redesigned. And then we have urban design strategies for the entire neighborhood, just as an idea to show the government that this is what is required as thinking, but we may not be able to implement it. And so there is an understanding that, okay, there's metro station, there's Lal Bagh, there's institutions. So they all are stakeholders in this because they connect very directly to this place. And so that is a larger strategy. And then just around the street, there's a lot of different institutions. There's colleges, there is communities, so these people, after college, for example, they wander into the street. Evening is more shoppers or regular, but afternoon is mostly college students. So we recognize that, and then finally we said, let's set up some basic principles for guiding the design. And so these are some of them. I won't really go into it. It's something that you would obviously think should happen, but it's hard to really carry it through into a project. And so inclusiveness and gender sensitivity seems very obvious, but how do you really manifest that, and how do you make sure that happens? Or accessibility is still much easier to do. I'm sorry, you may be surprised, but it's still easier to do. But things like sense of collective memory, they have a deep sense of collective memory in Gandhi Bazaar, but in Basavangudi. But how to translate that and how to engage those people and bring them so that they can take ownership of that is another challenge. Otherwise, post-construction, who's going to really take care of the project? So, see, these are some of the design guidelines. So somewhere then, after all this process of investigation and inquiry, we came to the idea that part of the street should be pedestrianized, because at least that makes sure that they're not looking at behind your back to see if some traffic is coming, somebody's going to come and hit you, because most people keep crossing across when they shop. From this shop to that shop, that vendor, this restaurant, etc. It has some wonderful places, and it's very enjoyable had it not been for the traffic. So we said, okay, 2 segments of this maybe we can pedestrianize. And that's what came out in the survey that we done post the exhibition that we had. Out of 425 people who voted, almost 300 voted, 325 voted for some kind of pedestrianized plan. So we had 3 schemes, etc. So there was an investigation. So this part that you see as a rectangle marked was my area marked for pedestrianization, although the cross street, the 2 main cross streets would be plying traffic, and we had to do it such that there is a fire driveway in the middle. Nothing can be plonked in the middle of the street, obviously, because there's an emergency. And all these are commercial buildings on either side. There's hardly any residential buildings. And after this, it's a parking and 2-way, etc. So we also have to provide for parking. There's great pressure on vehicular parking. I don't understand why we need to have it. The less we have it, the more people will use public transportation. But the shop owners and traders especially, they cannot take their mind off. The first issue they will ever talk about is parking. And it's understandable there's an insecurity about this. So if you see the imagination of the street collectively, I mean in a sort of interactive manner, shows that people want it to be a place for the people, not for the vehicles, dead parking and noisy honking, but it is for the people. And so, but there is a power structure that you have to deal with. And after imagining it as a place where people are cycling and walking in this area, which they used to do before, not that we are bringing some new idea, we had to engineer it. But in the process somewhere, there is a great, this is the section where the vehicles were there, where there's parking, etc. So it's not immediately transformed. We engaged with the project for 5 years, and in the 5 years, the last 1 year, we've lost out the pedestrianization idea, because there is this very powerful lobby. You have to deal with the politics of this place, and the powerful lobbies mostly consisted of the Traders Association, who felt very insecure. So I think while you engineer it, you'll also have to keep in mind that there are different stretches of the street that are different. There's different characteristics. if I can use the word in a very light manner, the ecology of the street matters. And like they may be in the landform of the city, there may be places where there's water, there's trees, somewhere there's empty ground, there's probably a channel of a stream. Similarly here, there is a sort of, over time, over the past 50, 100 years, there's a way that the street gets used by people. And it keeps changing. There's nothing so constant about it. Through the day, it keeps changing, through the week, and when the festivals come, it changes. But it still has a certain long understanding that this is what happens here. And if we go and disrupt that, it would make no sense, because then people get disoriented and they don't know where to do that. They may not oppose you, but then it's so nice to see that people gather back in the same place. So you try to keep all those aspects in place. And that's why, in a different way, you have to understand how the place works. And it's a place-making exercise, all right, but place-making exercise that actually gets into the nuanced understanding of every little 10 meters of the road. It's about 700 meters. So once we've designed it, obviously we are architects, there's a sort of sense that you have to have a certain beauty to the place, apart from just providing the basics. So there is this kind of wide footpath that we gained, because between the two trees, and there's only so much space that you can have, right? So there's 8 meters. So you can run 2 lanes. And so those 2 lanes become the vehicular path. Rest of it in a 30-meter road, which means you have a lot of footpath, then becomes pedestrian space. You can do many, many things there. So that's what happens. And so you have a range of activities, segment by segment, that you can engage with in front of the shops and between the shop and the carriageway. So you have 9 meters, 10 meters, 11 meters, maybe 4 meters. So it keeps shifting. And so that way you are able to figure out what you want here, what has been happening, what can they accommodate there. I won't get into all the details. And so we design the vending spaces in front of the flower market. There's always vending spaces from here to Gandhi Circle. And from Gandhi Circle, we had to stretch it because we didn't want to congest it. So up to this Anjaneya Circle, we have the vending spaces. These platforms are another political subject. So with great resistance to top-down political approach, we have still managed to keep the vendors on the street. So the vendors, let's see, there were court cases, there were dharnas, there's bad articles in the newspaper. But I think if you know what you're doing is inclusive and right, I think it works. So right till now, with the support, of course, of the BBMP who was implementing it, the engineers, even though they changed, they still supported this whole thing. And then I think there's now a good relationship that you have to establish with the people who are actually going to implement it, and you have to sympathize with their constraints. And in action then, from, let's say, imagination, the action becomes elongated and negotiated. So that's what happens. And this is what we imagined. See, if you see the top, that is what the existing street is. And this is what the existing Tagore Park is. And around that, you can see that pretty much road is just formed. The road is like this. And now we had the opportunity and we changed it in a way that there are junctions, there are nodes, there are wider footpaths, there is a constraint to where you can park your vehicle, not just anywhere. And and then there are elements in different places where people can just sit and chill in front of Tagore Park. There are restrictions to, if there's a driveway, then the two-wheelers can come here, but to stop them from going there, you have to put these stupid bollards, and so on and so forth. So there are all these little details that have to work. And then if you see, let's say at a street level, then you start putting wayfinding elements, you put artwork, And this is all alien to like an engineering sort of mindset but they are not completely averse, but they would not think of it. So it's a little surprise when you say that, no, artwork, they're thinking that you just go to some shop and buy and place it. But if you start telling them that, no, there's a sort of engagement that artist has to come and understand the place and understand the context, and there will be something that is meaningful that will come out of it and will represent in a modern way what this place is. That is really hard to communicate. And so that is the challenge for public art in the city. And it may change. I have seen, now we've convinced them, they will be surprised that something like this costs 12 lakhs. So I'm saying, they're saying 5 lakhs tak tender kar sakte hain. Tender nahi kar sakte. 5 lakh ke baad tender karna hai. That means you have no choice but to follow a process where you might just get somebody who's just in the game for making it and making money. So those challenges are other things. So this is what is still under construction, almost completed. Along the Tagore Park, we planned something called a street museum because people have forgotten what Gandhi Bazaar, where it started. Who are the people? Actually, it's a wonderful place. I'm not Kannadiga, but I can understand how it was a hub of Kannada literature and theatre and music and art. And they've forgotten because the street is a mess of traffic. But there were settings where people would come and meet. Masti Venkateshwara Iyengar used to live in Gavipura and he'd walk with his umbrella. This is a story I've heard from many people. Black umbrella, briskly walk towards Bangalore Club, which is right next to Tagore Park. In fact, it's right here to the left of it. And he would join a bunch of people behind the Bangalore Club and in a katte. Katte is a place around under the tree, and sit and chat, and that's a regular ritual. And then there are other people who have written about Gandhi Bazaar, other people, DVG himself, DVG Road is a crossroad to Gandhi Bazaar. So there's all this kind of wonderful history that you can bring back. And so there's a hint of it that we said we'll put it as a street museum in stone, it will remain permanent, and it'll bring more conversation, and then somebody has to curate some events, and so on and so forth. That's the other circle. And this is how up there you can see that it was unformed. There are 5 road junctions, like many places in Bangalore. It's a disaster. So the one there right at the bottom is how it was intended to be, and it's almost there. I mean, so we're not too far from it. But the materials have changed because we couldn't get red granite, it's all grey granite, so it's not as colorful. So this is what was planned, and sorry, this is still Gandhi Circle has this flag post, we still retained it. Gandhiji is somewhere here, unfortunately, there, Gandhiji is there, and he's looking at the flag post, and it's really quite nice. I mean, it's important, So that makes this circle like I think it's a very sacred place there, because not only during the Kannada Rajyotsava, but many events mark this place by having their events only in this junction, even though traffic is going. Doesn't matter if traffic is going. I will still have my event only here. So these are local events. Okay, so this is the forming junction, and we've retained that flag post. The edges are all there. There's a geometry to it. Now people are questioning us, why did you do a square? So, I mean, there is a certain wise question that comes about, but there's also reasons for it. So there's different junctions of, the 2 different junctions which we dealt with, but they're similar, but they're different in character. And so this is what the second junction, this is where another sculpture will come, an artwork will come. This is the organized parking place, still not regulated, still under construction, so people are parking everywhere, and but we have allocated space for different activities. All these cars won't be there in the carriageway after the police come and drive them away. This is the place next to the Tagore Park. So there is this kind of sculpture will come here. Wayfinding is just happening, so that the first other question is, because it's a place people come from the surrounding neighborhoods, and they come here and then go to the surrounding neighborhoods, what is there in the surrounding? It's an old place, right? There's Bull Temple, there's Gavi Gangadhar Temple, there's National College, there is Lal Bagh. So you can just walk there. It's hardly like 5 minutes walk, 10 minutes walk. So then you have to direct them there. And so as a collective effort later on in the city, if we have this, then you can just cycle and walk without having Google Maps tell you that you go into a small gully and then go there. So this is, I mean, there's lots that's happening. There's a program we've done for wayfinding and artwork, which is coming in place. But before the street could finish, people have found their place and set it up. And it's working the way they want it. They want to be right at the edge of the road. People will stop in their scooters, collect a bag of flowers, and go for their morning puja. So can we change this? I don't know. I want to change it. You can ask me, why should you change it? But I'm saying that makes the street a vehicular street, completely messed up. So we have given them platforms there. You have to force people to walk, get down, talk to the vendor. Not this hurried business we used to. Now, in Bangalore, if you have to drop your child to the road corner, you will take a scooter. It's terrible. And so, why? Because there are no footpaths to walk. If you walk on the footpath, it's more unsafe than taking the scooter. So, I think maybe some things you listen to the other voices, something you listen to your inner voice, and some things you just let it be. So I think that negotiation is the complexity in a place like this. I think I'm almost done. Thank you. Sorry.
Thank you, Vijay. That was, in a different perspective. I think both the speakers today gave very different perspectives. Professor Chaya talking about interstitial spaces and then probably more organic city, and then, Vijay comes with a contrast where it is top-down, gridiron, and then essentially how do you negotiate the two, because, we are living in cities which are very dynamic and which are changing very fast, and then we have to make sense of it. So I think we do have time for a couple of quick questions from the audience. I would encourage, if anybody has questions, you want to talk to the speakers, I invite the speakers back onto the stage, please.
It wasn't that much of a contrast. There's life in the street.
Okay, well, I think I'll just ask the question. So like, you said rightly that there is not a lot of contrast in the sense, in both your presentations, the underlying sense is that the community comes through. It's very important that you, listen to the community, you understand the community, and then come out with designs. I think as urban designers, urban planners, in cities like Bangalore, which are so vast, the negotiations, how do you make urban design projects more visible, the transparency that is lacking, because many people won't know what is happening in the city. So how do you mobilize? What are the other ways in which we can,
Yeah, so I'm maybe inclined to say some few harsh things. But see, the first thing is that design doesn't exist in isolation. We are taught mostly in design schools and architecture schools that while you are engaging only in urban design projects, others are okay to be isolated and do it. But thing is, it has to be internalized that anything that you do is affecting a whole bunch of other people, and how can you then engage with them and be responsive, right? So I think as schools, there is an attempt to interface with the public, but it's very superficial. and maybe only for certain students. So I feel that there could be hopefully a drastic change in the way that we teach. And it doesn't have to be all practice. I'm not saying that it should be a live project or somebody. But I think it should be also taught by people who are not in the field. In a way, there is so much inbreeding of thinking that I feel that there could be urban design and that could be taught by the stakeholders, or architectural design for that matter, but not in, so you need to cleverly collaborate teaching between what you have as resources and what's actually the real world out there. And everybody's thinking. So there is a imagination and hope and a critique that everybody has. So I don't know. I don't have a solution. But I feel that would then change the visibility of urban design projects, because you always constantly engage with them. So they know what you're thinking, what you're doing. So they, meaning it could be a cross-section of the public that is constantly engaged in the practice of academics, not in the same formal structure that we have, because it is kind of rigid. It's hard for sort of, so maybe there is a way that, let's say you have projects, you have invited the police commissioner or the chief commissioner, BBMP, that is only at the end. So maybe through the process, there is actually all these melas that happen constantly, and maybe not here, where it's, or my college or some other college. You take this whole thing to the city, come to Gandhi Bazaar, put it up there, let people see it. Let's have a mela where there's a discussion, there's a festival of argument, and then everybody learns from that. So I feel the visibility of urban design is going to happen only if you're able to constantly engage with people who are actually decision makers, or people who are affected by it on an everyday basis. So I'm not talking about other product and industrial design, which may have a different argument, but for this, the place, where you're designing places and spaces, I think we are a little isolated. So even in practice, so till I got into an activist mode, for 7-8 years I would just do my project. We just had to find projects to do. But I think once I was part of an activist group, my whole world opened up, and it taught me a lot, because I met people who were concerned from all. They were doctors, there was people who were working in government offices, there were people who were homemakers, there were people who had shops. Everybody came to this group, and I learned from all of them. And that education for me was about urban design. I'm not officially an urban designer because I have a master's degree in urban design, but my education has come from all these people. And then struggling to learn that. So they are all aware how the city should be designed. So that would be my take, is that to make it visible, the people who are affected by it and people who are engaged with the city have to be our partners and our teachers.
Thank you. Yes, please, Professor.
Yeah. You know, it just occurs to me, why should it be visible? This is everyday life. And the less it sits on us, the more it becomes part of being in a city, of living in a city. That you have done the work which irons out certain difficulties and allows that ecosystem to find its own modalities over a period of time. And I think that is what good design should disappear. And it should not sit on, yesterday I was at an airport. Ahmedabad airport has been bought by the Adanis. And it looks much more impressive than it used to. And it works far worse than it used to. It looks really impressive. But what do you see? Mostly you see the big time branded shops and the food places. But the negotiating from your taxi or from your car to the thing has become difficult. Similarly, there is an urban design project in Ahmedabad, which is the riverfront project, highly visible. It has hidden everything in the city behind that wall. And I wish it was not visible. And I think the essence of good design is that it doesn't hit you on the head and say, I'm design. Huh? So that's your success. It's an ecosystem. It's not an object. And in that sense, we were talking the same thing. We were talking about interactions between all kinds of ecosystems, including the human ecosystem, which at some points needs to clarify certain ways in which things move. Now the cars, but earlier the people and the carts and the shit. I mean, it was basically a plan for moving the shit effectively. Yeah? But it doesn't have to say, hey, this is a place where there's no shit on the street. It doesn't have to say that. And I think this is something which all design should really look into. Should we actually project what it looks like, or should we really project that it has become so much part of our life that we don't even think? I mean, a good phone, you don't think about it. Wow, I've got it. Yeah? You don't think about it. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you, Professor.
I have 2 minutes. Basically, I think here, I don't know if she meant it, how I understood visible is in the consciousness of the people rather than being visible. You've taken the other meaning where...
It's already in the consciousness of the people here.
It is.
It is.
It is, but if you're having bad...
Somebody who had been to Gandhi Bazaar 2 years ago and goes now, such as Jacob went and said, wow, you've done a wonderful job. He knows it. And everybody who goes there knows it. And it doesn't mean that all the, how many million people live in Bangalore, all have to know about it? No.
That's fair, I agree. Yeah.
Yeah, but I think what I actually meant was that in the sense when it is a top-down approach right now where the bureaucracy comes into play and they say we are going to redesign certain things, the public participation, there is no scope for it. So how, can we make it more visible? But I understand both your, viewpoints. I think we have a question in the audience. Yeah.
It was really nice to see both of your talk regarding this.
Hold the mic up to closer.
Okay. This is audible?
No, hold it
Closer, like
perpendicular
now,
to the...
is this audible?
Yeah.
Okay. My question is, we all know how important being sensitive is in terms of design or in terms of having an attitude towards being sensitive towards in all of this. But all of us will be, it's difficult for us to find, to quantify the sensitiveness. How do you say this to public? Like the way you were saying you were negotiating with the vendors or you were negotiating with the people over there. Probably their ambitions are different, but they do want sensitiveness, but they do not know what the sensitiveness can give them. So it's twofold. don't know if I made it clear. Can we quantify the sensitiveness? Is the
I don't know. Definitely not very clear. But I think it deserves a response. Maybe what you're asking is, can we be, can there be any tangible way in which a certain sense of things that people are concerned with can be measured? How many people really feel that the city losing its legs to infrastructure or encroachment is really a bad thing? Then it may give a sense to the people who are turning a blind eye. If this number is very high, then they might not turn a blind eye. But if it so happens that the numbers are very low, then they can carry on doing whatever, right? So you were asking about some sort of metrics.
yeah, that's right. That's what I tried to mention.
Okay, so
Is there a way to?
okay, so if that is a mechanism, if there's a mechanism to inform public process through that, like we did one where people had to vote on a list of certain things. I mean, they would write comments and some things were voting, and then in the final they would say, okay, this or that, helping them give a rationale why they chose this. So although you can say that, because not everybody is articulate and just getting objective tick marks makes no sense. We want feedback. So after that, we compiled it to see how people responded on different questions. And it gave us an interesting pattern. And it told us that people were sensitive to and they were concerned about certain things, and so they were not concerned about other things. And that graph varied. And we did an analysis of that. It informed us. So there is a place for it. But it is an objective understanding. It is a controlled understanding of certain things. Because you're placing those questions to them in this kind of a survey, in our survey, I can just tell out of experience. And then they're responding to it in a way that we are manipulating the whole thing, but with good intent. But had it been a conversation and a debate, it could have come out with a different result. Because people are not being asked to think and respond at real time and then evaluate their positions. So it has a place, but I don't think it can be it can be really that helpful. What is helpful is more a discussion, an engagement, a conversation. I feel is always more informative, but I cannot, suppose I have a conversation with 20 people in that area, I will gather something from that, and I will establish certain logic and rationale for why I feel a certain thing is a conclusion of mine. But I don't have evidential proof. I don't have quantitative proof. So along with that, I may have offered a survey of some kinds. Then I have this as well as that, and it strengthens or it critiques my understanding of it. Sorry. Okay, I don't know if that helped.
Again, I would like to go a little into the meta of this. Okay. First, there's no need to assume that there is an insensitivity. By and large, I find that people are extremely sensitive. It's only that they have begun to feel powerless. So if the design process can take away the feeling of powerlessness which says, oh, whatever I say, anyway they are going to do what they want to do. And this I've learned in all forms, right from designing a kitchen to a small house to 1,000 houses after the earthquake, that the confidence that that person who is going to live there can talk to you, that makes a lot of difference, because really most people are extremely sensitive. They don't want to dump garbage. They don't want children to get hurt in car accidents. They don't want any of those things. And they don't want so many things, but they feel, what can we do? We can't change it. I can't change anything, so may as well take a plastic bag and take the vegetables in that. And it's very few people who will say, no, my little action might help. So I think the whole idea that there are experts of different kinds who know, and there are others who are insensitive to the conditions which the experts are trying to answer, I think that has to be broken. And then we can have a very interesting new phase of design.
Hi, I'm Shraddha, and I totally agree with what Professor Chaya says. And Vijay, just before you rounded off the reply, I'm the qualitative reply to what has happened to Chandni Chowk over the years. I have transited through Delhi many times, born there, raised there. So what has happened at Chandni Chowk, even though the metro still existed 10 years back, the mind shift from the vendor side, and also people who visit, also the tourists who come to Daryaganj and from different parts, the two different ways in which you can approach Chandni Chowk, it has changed and elevated the experience of a person like me who loves going to Kinari Bazaar. For what reason, even I don't know. But to just get the trinkets, yes. Because Vishwesh is also sitting here, who's also worked on the Chandni Chowk urbanization project. I've taken my 87-year-old grandfather to Vidyarthi Bhavan on Gandhi Road. And I had to take a car, I had to park somewhere. Again, when we talk about vehicular traffic, I don't know if everything can be reduced, but why are we not thinking of more multi-storied parking spaces in the city? Or if we are, where exactly are they to be mapped, right? Because abhi, from what I can sense, everyone's at a very high speed. For us to slow down, what Vijay, you also touched upon, the scooter wala to get off his scooter and get the flower, versus me also thinking कि अरे वहाँ जाके आधा पौना घंटा लगेगा. So I'll plan accordingly. When a lot of us will slow down, maybe the rest of us will also slow down. So when I am in the traffic, I am the traffic wala scene, right? So I think with these projects, when they start becoming visible, it takes a little longer time for the people around it, people in it, to start appreciating and continue to build on it. So I think this is just a comment and a response to your question also, like we become part of the system to get our foot inside the door and do something. So thank you so much for sharing the project. Vishwesh, do you want to add something?
The Chandni Chowk bit, because speaking from experience of having engaged with Old Delhi for around, 14 years, the Chandni Chowk project, and it happened the way it did, number one, not because of community awareness, not because of, civic action. It essentially came about as a consequence of litigation. Everything else, people being engaged, all that came as a consequence of that. And there was somebody, therefore, enforcing the process. It didn't happen in a vacuum. So I just want to put that there. Number two, you spoke about the multi-storied parking thing. We had a situation where we had multi-storied parking at Chandni Chowk, at Gandhi Maidan. Fact of the matter is, users don't want to use it because they don't want to pay for parking. Let's be clear, the parking was lying vacant. And in Chandni Chowk, if you looked at, say, before the way it was, the vehicles parked on Chandni Chowk did not belong to the people who came there to shop. They belonged to the shopkeepers, because Saheb Ji cannot walk 20 meters to a parking space because unko shobha nahi deta. Let's be very clear about that. And I just want to sort of, we're talking about public participation over here. And in the context of, say, the people whom we consider or typically consider, and I'm saying this because you have to recognize your power as the designer there, who are disenfranchised, it makes, you do sort of see the value in engaging, so on, and, and there is a huge amount to be brought in. But you also need to be very wary of, the power dynamics that exist, that come out of, say, things like the bureaucracy, the caste system, so on and so forth. And I'm just going to use the example that I have of another neighborhood that was mentioned over here, Malleshwaram. And somebody very frustrated with the lack of segregation on a street side. How do we deal with the fact that, say, people who come in from a particular caste are averse to segregating their garbage because they think touching the garbage is polluting? So you do have to recognize the fact that there's also privilege in play over here. And how do you manage privilege when you're trying to sort of deal with democratic spaces,
Okay, before, just something I was thinking a little bit more meta than what these concrete examples are. A lot of these things are because I think land is very speculated. And if not speculated, at least highly contested. But if we take away this whole, whether on the larger whole Ahmedabad, whole Bangalore, or Gandhi Bazaar, it's because the value of the land is so speculative, it is not real, and everybody has a stake. Does all this, I'm just questioning this whole idea of designing it also is, how do we deal with this? If we take away this whole value of speculating and land being the way that is in urban centers, do we look at even designing in that sense?
I don't know, I think Professor Chaya made a very good point about the interstitial spaces. And in Bangalore, I think we don't need to be worried about real estate, especially in this inner part of the city. There's so much open space that's adjoining. We're facing challenges there in one of our projects. There is a lot of space. For example, I think we had a discussion in one of our groups. There were a whole bunch of people who were keenly interested in the city, and it was called Uncommon Ground. One of the things we discussed was from the Tipu Sultan Palace to the Bangalore Palace, if you take a corridor, there are so many institutions. And the institutions have a lot of their foreground in front of the building as green space. But it's sort of cordoned off recently, past 30, 40 years ago. They're old institutions, and they have boundary walls. These boundary walls have two roles to play. One, they protect that place, okay, from anybody encroaching, but who's going to encroach? Some 3-4 vendors will encroach. So why not break all these boundary walls? Okay, just break these boundary walls and make them public space. And just next to the building, public space can be used by everybody. So it's basically this ownership idea rather should change to I'm a, what do you call that right word? I can't get it. Trustee of that. If that can be assumed, at least by all these institutions, which have so much land, if you just walk on this one road and you open it up, I think Naresh has been speaking about it after that to the government, and it's a possibility. And it's there in many cities now, not here. If you go to Singapore, they've broken down all the walls. They've done it. It's not that difficult to do. It's just an acceptability. So you keep saying to everybody, it'll happen. So there's a lot of things. Real estate may be a big black cloud on top of us, but there is so much other things that you can do, it doesn't matter, that can still happen. We can still do so many things. Public space is still there. I think if we are able to protect and recover our public commons, enough. But the recovery also doesn't have to be 100%. Even if you do 60, 70%, slowly it will take shape, and it might lead to future acquisition of what's actually supposed to be the public, the watershed or whatever it is. So I feel there's a lot we can do, but it takes time and patience and this sort of, I don't know, engagement. And they also want to do it. The people who are top down just don't see it. I was in one discussion, sorry, just going out, where the chief secretary, the older one, last government, was in a video conference with somebody, and I was also part of that video conference, and he was telling somebody, these temples on the middle of the road, just break them down, shift them. But after 2 weeks, it couldn't happen, because it's highly political. So he said, shift whatever is possible. So that's the negotiation we have constantly. What's not possible, we'll do another day. But right now, at least 30% is possible, kar do. So I'm saying, in our sort of negotiation, system of negotiations, I think a lot is possible. But who's willing to negotiate? Who's willing to put the time? And who can benefit from it? I mean, I think if you look at me from practice point of view, I don't want to do anything for free. I'm not doing anything for free. I have to get paid for it. But I want to do something for the city, and it's my city, and I have to do it. So how do you reconcile the two and make it happen? Don't make new, weird, what's already there, can we work on that? So you have to take the idea, and they're more than willing to consider the ideas. So this is my positive perspective. I'm sure there's a lot of other things.
But I think the government will listen to you guys. You've built that credibility over the decades, if not years, over the decades. So when the younger forces join your firms and take you as in the leadership position, I think that opens up a lot of avenue. And we know there's a lot of work still to be done, but being on the right path kind of gives us the assurance sitting here in the audience with the younger people.
I think it takes 3-4 years of knowing them. You can do it.
But it takes decades of work, like 20 years, 30 years of work that has gone
into. If you go to the Namaste conclave, you can see that there are young people doing work. Okay, just junction, but there's a place. So the junction is being transformed. It's possible. And I think SJB students did some place next to the National College metro station. It's become a park. That's enough. That's enough.
Yeah, I think that's very heartening to hear from Vijay saying that it won't take decades but a few years. Thank you for that vote of confidence. I think that was required because I think urban design projects are on a larger scale, and that is where the challenge comes in, the time factor, and then, like you said, people change.
They're not of a larger scale. I think we don't have to do larger scale. Yeah. That's my point. You can just do incremental, clever, what is called tactical urbanism, and then it will lead to larger projects.
Perfect. All right, so I think if there are no other questions in the audience, we'll close this very interesting session. Thank you for all attending this session with so much of patience. Thank you, speakers, for taking time out, and especially Professor Chaya, flying down from Ahmedabad and being here at 2 a.m. in the night, and then again being here for this session. Thank you very much, and please, we'll move on to lunch. Thank you.
to its essence. We'll be hearing from Varun Patra, who is Chief Marketing Officer. He's also the founder of Homegrown, one of the founders of Homegrown. And he's had a lot of involvement with the creative economy. And we're going to be exploring that today. We're going to be exploring other aspects of creative collaboration, how we navigate complexity, how we move past obstacles, and also work together towards a better future. And the theme of a better future is one that is really there for your generation. What we do as a group is not necessarily the best model to follow currently at this point in time. There are better models available. A lot of what we will do in the future as a creative economy will be determined by how we treat each other. I think Mandovi shared that in her session. Care as an important thing to consider when we are working with each other, when we are working with industry partners, whatever the case may be, working in community. So, I want to introduce you Varun Patra. Let's give him a round of applause.
Check, check. Hi everyone, good afternoon. I'm Varun. Thank you so much for the introduction. Don't mind, I might be a little bit nervous. It'll take a little bit of time to kind of get sorted. And I might move around, I might stick around, I've yet to figure. But first, thank you so much everyone for giving me this opportunity to be part of this session, both online, offline, and probably in other spaces as well. I wish I actually came here yesterday and day before, because the kind of sessions you all curated, the experiences that you had, I think it would be something I'd love to learn on the other side, but sadly I couldn't make it, so I'm here today. So just to take you through what we're going to be going through, I wanted to do a quick introduction on myself and a little bit about what we do at Homegrown, some of my personal passions over the last 10 years, and what we've done over the past, let's say 12 in total. But over time, I want to be able to take you through what the opportunity lies in something called the creative economy, something that each and every one of us play a role within, no matter how small, big, and whatever size and kind of impact that we have. And just to kind of give you a glimpse into what can the opportunity be in our own country, maybe a city of Bangalore, and how we can envision the exact same things that we maybe interact with every day, but through a new lens. So yeah, and in case I just start stuttering, please allow me to do that. Please tell me when the slides are changing. Awesome. So yeah, I think what we're here to do kind of today is to kind of look at what does the creative economy essentially mean? What falls under it? What are the streams? Where is India's role in it? What's happening globally? And how can we essentially be a global leader in this space? I'm going to go back to maybe me 10 years back, at the time when we were starting Homegrown, but just before we even started Homegrown, to give you an introduction of myself, I left college after what is called the 13th year, because back in the day, that Indian education system didn't really work for me. I had ADHD, I still do have it. So I was really strifeful in terms of what I wanted to I was being taught rather, because I wanted to do too many things. So then I just decided to start working. I loved the opportunity of the internet back in the day and building communities. So it came in two ways. One, I started working in digital agencies, which I got to learn about digital marketing and communities online. But I had passions for bringing people together offline. So that's where I used to do events, warehouse parties, and more. But over time, what I learned during this 2 years before this 2013 was that cultural impact can be had very quickly if we put ourselves to do the right things in the most simplest of ways and reimagine the very things that we have in a new light. So that's where Homegrown kind of came in. So just take you through me a decade back. I don't want to look at myself till then, but you'll get a glimpse. remains the same. I think I still have the same passion. I've probably gained a little bit of weight and look a little different, but I still believe that we are going to be the next thing. We are already on its way, so what does the next decade kind of look like? During the next 10 years, from that time when what you saw, I essentially break my life into 3 areas. There's homegrown, there's C3, and there's B2S. B2S is what we're doing today, back to school. C3 is culture, creativity, community, stuff that I had personal passions of to do outside of work to help and do some kind of cultural impact in the creative industries and make it accessible for young students and kids who don't have access. And there's all things that we do with homegrown. But I'd like to take you through a little bit of what homegrown looks like, what we've been able to do from the time we presented our idea of sorts in another conference at that time. So I just want to show you a quick showreel on what our last 10 years looks like and what we've been able to build today before we go ahead into a little bit more detail. It felt nice to see it on a big screen, so thank you for letting me see it on HD. But okay, going back in time of what we did, but why did we start homegrown? Sorry, we start, sorry about that. Why did we start homegrown? I think this was back in 2013. I think there was a time when India, what we believe was not being represented well. There was a new wave of this new youth identity that was taking place all across the country, and that people were really representing themselves as, but no one is really documenting this. There was also this focus primarily on the mainstream culture that we always saw, whether it's Bollywood, whether it's cricket, and so much more. But India was made of so much more, and we believe that the world needs to see it. In fact, the Indians themselves needed to see inspiration right here, because they were always looking outside, and we had it all over there. One was the platform and the space to kind of showcase what's happening across the creative industry, spaces, and these creative movements, and also to represent this entirely new voice of what new India today is and what homegrown really today is. Like from the beginning, I think for us, one of the most important pieces was to create a safe space to express, to break away from the showcase of what people were supposed to be, and really break away from everything that people perceived an Indian to be in today's age. The way, just to give you an understanding, before we move into how we're structured and more, I think one of the biggest things that we've been able to do was really create youth movements in different kind of sectors. If I just give you an overview of 4 of them, I think the biggest thing that we have and we believe is this influence that we have on youth culture. Sorry, some of you won't be able to see this, so I'll stick to one side as well. Whether it's in art, it's in music, it's in design, and it's so much more. That's the creative industries. But I think one of the most important pieces we've been able to achieve over the years is to really break taboos and talk about what's really important and what should be spoken about, not because it's hot and it's cool in the last 5 years, but because it was the platform to express and for people to come together to talk about what they believed was most important to them. Then if you look at the more cultural spaces, if it's, let's just look at the sneaker or the streetwear or like the street culture spaces, we've been able to enable these spaces through more ways, which you'll see later, whether working with brands who enable the culture to so much more, and the creative and the creator industries at large. And I'm not saying creator. I know a lot of people might hate me for this, being like, because everyone's a creator today. I'm talking about the creative industries, not just the YouTube generation of today or the TikTok generation. There's so much more, and to be in a platform for them. Now, how did we essentially make that happen? to grow any community, you need to essentially build an ecosystem of sorts. Doesn't matter what the size is, doesn't matter the kind it is, but for us, we broke it into 4 segments and we broke it into 5 sectors. First, to build a community, you need to build a platform, a place where people can come together. That's our digital platform, where we were the voice of the new generation and continue to be. We also work as an agency, an events company, and a content studio. What these essentially look like is more of the business lens of things. We knew these communities that are online needed space to survive, thrive, and also be invested in. That's where we work with brands, partners, institutions like y'all and many others to invest in these communities in the most authentic way, where they drive culture forward, not right of it, is what we see in today's time. Essentially, over and above that, over time, we've also been able to build a creative network of individuals like you, students and artists across the entire space. That's overall of how we've been able to put together a lot of the impact that you see over the years. But the most important piece for us is not what we do on a service-based thing, not what we do as a platform, is this community that we've been able to develop, the one that we've been able to grow over time and be a platform for, to be discovered, for them to monetize, for them to grow, and for us to really scale this entire space. So when I mean the creative spaces, we're talking about individual creatives like you. It includes companies that individuals like y'all have started, D2C companies, artists, studios, designers, and obviously creative companies at large, right? I think for us, what's been always important is the best way to represent the new India is to represent the people, the institutions, and the collectives that really define it. And that's the core piece of what we do. The main other differentiator of our platform, please also tell me in case I'm going too fast. Sometimes I'm super fast in speaking, so just in case you need me to slow down. But I think one of the most important pieces for us also that differentiates us is that we cover every important or diverse multi-hyphenate generation today's portfolio of things, right? Which is covering everything that the India today is, from across every stream, every single touch point, and so much more. Over the years, like I mentioned, we've been able to work with different brands. They're the ones who invest in culture with us, whether they're tourism boards, they're embassies, they're brands. You'll be able to see what we've been able to do. But this is what a last 10 years look like. What do I have an aim of, and what would I really love to work with individuals like you collectively and learn from as well, is to really take India to the next level. If last 10 years from the last time I did that video was to set the foundations of where we are today, now is to take the things to a newer space with individuals like you. So let's break it into 3 different spaces. One, if we can take India to the top 3 global creative economies, which we learn about what it is and how. Next, Bangalore is the Silicon Valley of India or Hyderabad, I'm not sure, but can we do that for culture? Can we do that in Mumbai? Can we do that in Bangalore? Can we do that in any other city? And I think one of the most important pieces is that Indian creatives, companies, and designers, and so many of them are actually the backbone of the world indirectly, where we're making the coolest of animations for others to own the Oscars. The biggest fashion brands are made by our karigars and textile companies and more, but we want more Indian creatives to lead from the front than them being the backbone of all of these factories. But now, before we want to try to achieve this, because it's fairly lofty, I think it's going to take a while, but we'll get there. Let's understand what all this falls under, right? So when we're talking about the creative economy, I want to break down the more traditional lens of what it is, right? It's the most simple terms. If you want to read it, you can. I can take it through as well. What the 3 main bodies that have represented, spoken, and introduced the world into what all this essentially falls under, right? It's essentially creative assets to contribute to economic growth. It's the creative industries across different realms of art, animation, design, performance arts, so many more that fall and add a creative goods to the entire economy that can actually be monetized as IPs and so much more. And at the end of it, it's as simple as saying the industries and the multiple sub-segments that fall under a larger umbrella of things. India's seen it in different sectors, but not in a holistic view that you'll see a lot of global institutions and countries have been able to invest back on this and even drive a narrative around it. So like I mentioned, there is all countries, whether it's in EU, whether it's the States, whether it's stuff in Australia, whether there's stuff in other countries, they actually are aware of what the creative economy is. They know the emphasis of it to the larger economy, the kind of GDP it invests in, what all falls under it, etc. But I'll take you through what happens with India next as well, right? So we have some amazing inspiration all over the world. So these are just examples. There are bodies that actually invest, research, and give back to these creative industries. Let me take you through some of the fun ones, right? Or rather just one. I mean, other guys will hate that I didn't mention them. But while a lot of people focus on investment, data, and figuring out all the different sections that drive the creative economy for a country, there are some that innovate as well. So let's look at Culture Project Berlin. They are like the agency of Germany, essentially. They work with the government to find innovative ways to give back to the creative industries and bring back people into it. So some of the examples can range from people stopped going to the museum, so they started doing night museums. They're the ones who work with the government like you guys to create creative festivals, to do stuff with street art, to take over nightclubs to make a 24-hour city. So it's finding solutions in every single sector. These are just some examples. Now let's look at what does the creative economy essentially consist of. Basically multiple sectors, but fall under this larger umbrella. Now, if you look at museums, libraries and galleries, the marketing and advertising spaces, product, graphic design, architecture, crafts, pretty much all the courses that you guys, I think, have in the college already also, so it kind of falls in that. But why am I giving you this breakup? Because these are subsectors that people look at to form the larger creative economy. In India, we have maximized a few of these sectors, but we haven't been able to do for the others, which means we can learn from those, but we can also learn from the West and also craft something of our own, because we have a lot more to show as a country and what's possible with us. The ones that we have, I would say, done a great job until now is fashion. If you look at media and marketing, if you look at spaces like film, absolutely. But there are so many other sectors that deserve for the world to see what India has to offer and what we can collectively bring as a change in those entire pieces. Now, let's give you an overview of what it entails. What are other countries doing? How do they invest back in it? Because they know that countries like the UK and others can add almost 5 to 7% to their GDP, the importance of creative and arts and culture and craft to so much more. But India is a little far, but I think we'll get there, but you'll also understand the challenges that we have to face with one reference that I'll give you first, right? So these are just two stats. We fall under the same thing. If I look at numbers, the city of Berlin, just the city of Berlin, has an investment yearly of almost $1 billion in culture, tourism, arts, and so much more. There's a reason why it is like that. Now, India as a whole country is only about 3,000 crores, 3,400 as per the FY23 kind of budget that we had. Now, obviously, I don't look at it that we don't have the capacity we have, but I think you'll understand the challenges of why we're there much later, and I'm not blaming the government in any way. There just isn't awareness. But imagine the whole country, out of the 300 million, 100 million is going to go into architectural society for stuff there. Balance goes into religious spaces and maybe a few arts and crafts and culture projects. So there is an importance for us governments to actually understand a little bit more, but you'll see who are the people that are actually driving the things forward, right? Like I mentioned, the only reason it's so low is because of three pieces. People just aren't aware of the creative economy. Even I learned about it more recently over the last 6 to 7 years after researching that. Where do my interests lie, and is there one large umbrella that it all falls under? That's where I learned it. Certain governments were able to research and do so much more around this. In fact, in 2005, Niti Aayog did a small study on it and tried to figure out how do we mobilize it. In fact, now there's Ernst & Young. There are so many people that are working, which you'll see, who started to develop and are actually investing in the creative economy in those directions. Policy is a big piece. Like I remember I saw this during COVID. This was I think wave 1, where there was an article which had a graph of non-essential jobs that are not as priority right now during the COVID time. Artisans, artists, and graphic artists were never part of that entire thing. They were like the least important. That's because the government didn't understand. I'm not saying we don't need doctors. I'm not saying we don't need engineers. But we need all of them because creative innovation lies in every space for us coming together. The next is grassroots. I think the reason maybe not be able to do so much is because of the programs is that we don't have as much on a grassroots level. But there are a lot of people who are actually doing a lot of this. So I'm not blaming certain people. It's just that it's not been as much, but that's why we're here. So maybe y'all can come up with unique strategies. Maybe whatever small thing that you do can actually affect for us to reach maybe the Silicon Valley of culture in India, maybe the third biggest economy, and maybe more, but only through the creative and cultural lenses. Okay. I can I also get some water? Sorry, before I go ahead. Going into the next pieces is actually talking about, to give you an update on the kind of, sorry, just a second, is to look at the kind of movements that we essentially have taking place right now. Because the weapons of mass creation have already been seeded and they've been going on for a decade, probably even longer. But who are the ones who are driving it and what's taking place in each? So, I mean, we know this already. The arts movement has moved away from galleries and being the more inaccessible things, and there's a new wave of Indian artisanships in so many ways, whether it's illustrative stuff, whether it's typography, whether it's 3D, whether it's Indo-futurist. There's so much happening over the last decade where arts is one of the key movements taking place in the country. The mediums have been explored across everything possible, but there's so much more. There's obviously stuff in design. We're seeing this new wave of really cool homegrown brands. I'm no more just buying a Godrej product. I'm buying like Indian coffee. We're buying Indian artisanal products across every different realm. So the movement has kind of started, right? We're seeing this with tech as well, is that tech is becoming a clear enabler of innovation, whether it's in the art space, whether it's in so much more. In film, there's a new wave of cinema, thanks to OTT democratizing everything of new storytelling. There are people who are not just directors and actors who are getting importance. There are script writers, there are DOPs, there are people across every single realm. Products I already mentioned as well, but it goes into many more other things as well, where we're seeing the innovation in products now, not just on a consumption level to packaging to so much more across every different space of the entire supply chain. Fashion has moved away from just being the traditional stuff that you saw at a Lakme Fashion Week. There are so many Indian designers that are being worn by the world's best celebrities, artists, that bridge is kind of entailed. There's so much more as options that we have today. You're not just going to a supermarket or you're going to a mall to shop. Musically, we have evolved so much from like a decade back or a little longer to having the first festivals like a Sunburn and an 8/7 to now having the likes of Lollapalooza, the world's biggest artists coming down. But leave global coming to India. There's so much of India going abroad. A Pratik Kuhar is on Obama's playlist. You see the likes of Divine, Sky Harbor, so many artists that are crossing over. Indian artistry, even in music's taking over. Performance arts has always been a space, but if you'll see, it's always been there from the beginning. That's been maximized, and there's so many new forms of cross-functional stuff taking place. There's obviously this whole new wave of Indian creators taking over. There's obviously stuff that's happening even with activism, but in a more creative output. People are finding new ways of talking about what's important to them and how to mobilize change. Stuff across street culture, whether it's in design, it's in art, it's in music, it's in dance, it's in every single realm, right? Even sustainability, the new ways that people are looking at it. The reason I've shown you that is to try to tell you that the movements in the creative economy have already started. The people have already started pushing boundaries on what's required. The bridges from India to abroad are taking place. The industries are already being co-created, and they're being done by individuals like you who actually want to do it themselves to start seeding the thoughts of more people join the movement. Now going back to the whole creative economy piece when I said that, India has a very small investment in culture, but I want to take you through the individuals and the key stakeholders who actually are investing, co-creating, collaborating, innovating to bring the India's creative economy ahead, right? So I think obviously the government is investing small ways, big ways. With G20, it was the year of culture. They had a stream. They obviously invest so much with institutions like you for conferences like this. So there are a lot of movements taking place, and government is playing a role in certain states. Universities as well, exactly. I don't need to kind of preach you to you, but obviously y'all are investing in the generation who's next, who's going to shape this, and taking out time to actually showcase what's possible in the future. There are creative collectives. I mean, some of the best reference that I can always give you is street art, what they've been able to achieve by taking art to the masses, creating cultural districts, being able to define what creativity for today's generation means and how to make it accessible for everyone. There are so many others like them, but they lead the charge of showing what's possible. There are obviously the family groups, the more richer H&I families like the Godrejes, to the Another Foundation, to the Jindal family, who have always invested. So what we're seeing is that arts, culture, creativity is very important, and people are enabling it. And if we can't get it from some sources, there'll always be others who invest in this. And some of this actually comes in different investments. Sometimes these family groups can invest as spaces, as museums, or creative other ways. Embassies, we know this already. A lot of the embassies all across the world are investing in culture. British Council is one of the big ones who invested in data, on insights, on investing back in culture. The same with brands. While I will mention some alcohol brands over here like a Bacardi or a Budweiser, but they've been able to invest in the music experiences that you like, to bring down the artists that are required, and to invest in an ecosystem of culture. But it's not just them. There's the likes of Red Bull. There are so many others who invest back in the space that you might not even realize is actually important. Culture spaces, you look at the ones like the Bangalore Creative Circus, look at the ones like MAP, look at the ones like an NCPA, but also look at a social. You might not look at it as a big cultural space. 50 outlets, 500 people a day as a reference, and investing small amounts to give back to artists, musicians, chefs, it also adds up. A culture space is not always defined by the biggest or the smallest. It's any small space that brings people together. Festivals, obviously, are the ones that are driving things, but there are two kinds of festivals. There's one, like the Serendipity Arts Festival, the Kochi Biennale, the Jaipur Literature Fest, that actually invest in an entire economy of every single touch point of culture during a time period. So that means they're investing in getting tourism investment. They're investing in people coming and spending over there. There's so many artisans who get an opportunity. There's people across every supply chain. There's people who are using taxis. There's so much more. But then there's the more religious ones, which you probably would have seen more recently. The Durga Puja and even Dandiya are festivals that are expressions of the creative economy in our country. And there's been studies done of the level of investments that they drive and cultural awareness of the country to their respective states. So these are just examples of what's taking place. And who are the ones driving it? I've already mentioned about people who invest back in culture, in spaces, in universities, in cultural programs, and so much more. Then they're the creatives themselves. It's like each and every one of you in your small way, if you like to illustrate and you put something out there, you are expressing not only what you feel, but a showcase of what Indian creative artists kind of look like and what does their work look like. And it's in every single stream. I'm not limiting it to a medium, but across the entire realm. There's obviously the startups themselves, right? So these could be design studios, these could be creative companies, and there's obviously individuals themselves who can find different areas of how they can do it. In our current phase of areas, these are the stakeholders that are actually driving the creative economy. And each and every one of you, all of us play a small role, and we probably fall under any of these stakeholder buckets. The reason I'm showing you this is because it's to give you a sense that we all play a role in making something happen, but this has already started moving, but we need a little bit of a movement into what's next now. And how do we really take this movement into something much more larger? So just to give you a sense, essentially for us to become a really large global creative economy like the UK, let's say, use it as a reference, or the EU, and what they do and bring alive their economies using culture, creativity, and community are different mediums, right? We need to look at grassroots programs and what we can do. We need to look at awareness in some ways that are unique to our own country. It could be in different regional languages, it could be your choice. There has to be a bridge between India and the world, but not just bringing the best from there here, but taking the best from here to there. There has to be stuff done as frameworks, new policies that we need to develop. There have to be groups and bodies. Now, could there be a creative council, what you all are probably doing, of Bangalore that's made up of architects, designers, faculty members, visual artists, people across inclusive access to work on accessibility. This is what I mean by bodies. Obviously, this kind of structure will take a lot of time, but we're giving you the frameworks of what could be possible and how they've done this internationally and what we can kind of move towards. Now, there are three, if I broke it into three further areas, it's essentially building the demand side, right? I think more people need to consume more of what we have to offer creatively across the spaces that I mentioned, is to mainstreaming the talk around the creative economy. Could we make 2025 to 2026 the 2 years of the India's creative economy? The same way a G20 logo is added to 500 events to bring credibility, no matter the size of the curation. Why can't we do that? Could that be done in every single touch point? And obviously there's policy creation, and policy creation can come in different forms, different sizes. There's a lot to be done, but it can be as simple as what you guys did in Bangalore, right? Some of the best reference. During COVID, you pedestrianize Church Street, but now it's back to square one. The problem is we create test pilots to just do one-off trials And those pilots are not implemented in most spaces. We need regular interventions for these to thrive, a lot like what you're doing with your festival, which is going to happen once a year, but I'm sure you guys are going to do many offshoot things over the course of the year to keep the conversation going. And the next thing is kind of looking at the very simple spaces of space, access, time, and passion, because these are the 4 most important things to make things happen, because I can talk, but if I didn't have a space here, I would not be able to share. If you guys didn't have the time, you would not listen to me or work on co-creation. And these are just some examples for me to give you through if there was a framework, right? But we can't change the whole creative economy in one go, nor can we get there. But I think there's an easy space to start, right? Could this be a creative space, which is essentially this auditorium? As a reference, it could be a small pop-up in the city, or what you guys did with bringing Bangalore alive over the last week. It's literally that. So creative economy is obviously the large economy, but it starts in spaces. It starts at a creative hub in a city, which is a place like this. It starts in a district, which is maybe the district of this area. And it starts at a city at large. So if we can start taking these as examples, exactly what you're doing with the Protopolis as sample projects, but doing these as pilots to test things out. It could be one alley. You don't have to bring change in whole of Bangalore. We need to test out one thing in one lane, and how can we make that one of the creative, most culturally rich spaces that people want to implement across the Bangalore city? Maybe other states come to you being like, I love your model, can we do this in our states? These are just examples of what we're going to show you. And like I mentioned, I think spaces is where things happen, right? These are the spaces where we come together, where cultures collide, ideas come alive, and we get to work on things that we've always wanted to and actually share and actually make things happen. There's a reason why spaces are very important. Now, how do we kind of make that? And let me give you a reference of things while you can take a look at this super long quote. But, okay, how many of you all know the Kala Ghoda Arts Festival? Most? Great. Do you feel it does a lot for culture over the course of an entire year for a city? Okay, let's say I'll answer that because nobody wanted to. It's like, when you do a festival once a year, I think it's amazing because it brings alive the city during a time period. But a Kala Ghoda is anyways quiet every Saturday and Sunday. So if bi-weekly, the same program in its smaller formats runs, you can bring alive the space in so many ways. Every month could have plays taking place. Every 2 weeks, it's pedestrianized when you can have al fresco dining. You can have nighttime showcases and screenings in the same way. And those are the innovations that we must look at when I mean creative spaces and hubs, because consistency is what's going to make things thrive in a very unique way. Now, I just have some basic solutions, and I think the thing is, I don't need to tell a lot of y'all, because y'all are probably very well aware of this, but I want to take you through 3 ideas of what's possible and 3 different segments. So I'll start with something that is a little taboo in Bangalore, nightlife, because we know what maybe night goers or club goers have faced in the past in our state. In your state, sorry, not mine. But, okay, so I think the one thing is that a city is made up of certain cities like, let's say, Berlin, London, Germany, and a few others, cities in Germany, look at themselves as 24-hour cities because they're looking at a functioning entire economy during an entire time period. So there was this movement that took place where a person called Mirek Milan, he became the first night mayor in the world. So Amsterdam set up a person for an entire political space for a night mayorship. They focus on all the things that run from 9 in the night to 9 in the morning. So learning from there, just to give you a sense, why are we only looking at nighttime economies or nighttime spaces as only clubs? There is so much more. To bring alive a city creatively and culturally, we can look at so many easy solutions. And these are just some of them. It's super easy, right? Could we have night districts, which can have specific areas where there are no residents who are going to complain, which will be designatedly used for parking, for culture, for theater, you name it, we can actually make it happen. Let's start in Manyata Tech Park, just giving a reference, right? Food alleys, we have this in Bombay, where we only go to the designated 4 places to eat. Again, empty parking lots, malls, available throughout the entire night. Public spaces can absolutely be used for people in a more inclusive access, right? Like, there's so many people who are maybe Yulu drivers who are delivering stuff. Why can't there be charging stations with screenings, movies, something for everyone, no matter what their background is, and something for everyone to get access? It could even, I mean, if they all play PUBG, we can work with PUBG sponsoring. I'm just giving references. Public transport has to be open for people to use, but in creative ways that we can do stuff across the entire space. There is, and if there could be, if hospitality is driving a lot of innovation for people, could we actually set up a body that's not representative only of people who are owners of restaurants, but people who are chefs, people who are mixologists, people who go out, people who are architects, to figure out what could this council essentially look like to really drive things forward. Inclusive programming is something that's very important, because right now if you go out, there are only 4 types of things that are happening. If you go to a club, it's either techno music, or it's live music, or it's commercial music. But what about more? Why is everything just music? Why can't there be so much more? There has to be something for everyone, and that's what we can look at as well. And there's obviously government support. We're just giving you permutations. I think a lot of this is something that you all already know. Probably some of this you're already doing as well. But if we can take on 1, 2 of these things, that becomes an add-on of a reference, especially for the nighttime economy. I mean, a creative city is fairly simple. I don't really need to spend too much time, because you know this, you've probably done thousands of projects, if not hundreds, around similar projects to bring it alive. But like we said, the economy will thrive if the spaces are right. But what does it entail? Inclusive access, like the one thing I've learned in Bombay, is that only hotels and banks actually have ramps. That's because they're not going to get the license without it. So many clubs, so many spaces, just normal access to the train station. And why I'm giving you the reference of my city as well is because we have a little bit more to go than cities that y'all have been able to define and make things accessible. And access doesn't only have to mean from social impact level. It can mean in so many more ways. Creative hubs, like we have to create these areas where everything thrives, not just when a festival happens. I want to come to Bangalore when I know that from a certain time period, every Friday, there is something happening in this district, in a garden, or something of that sort. But again, segregated. It all doesn't need to always happen at the same time. It can be in different areas where I explore an entire city. Like I said, instead of yearly, could you do bi-weekly festivals? I'm sure the organizing team definitely doesn't want to do that for the work they'll have to do if it's bi-weekly and not yearly. But there are different teams, different people who can do so many different things. The thematics could be different. Imagine the year of creativity in Bangalore. Month 1 is one theme, month 2 is another. Look at the levels of what's possible across the spaces, across the public areas, across the curation. You'll have 365 days of programming. Maybe I'm thinking too much, but I know we can start somewhere. The same with funding for creative and cultural industries. If we have managed to find the right partners, which you already do in various cities, I think there are possibilities available. But sometimes you need to show the roadmap of what the impact is, and we're seeing that. You have the Dalmias as a group who've invested in reviving parts of Red Fort. You've seen JSW do that in so many ways. British Council makes that happen. If it's the Pi Foundations, if there's so many other brands that have invested in creating spaces that are publicly free for all for people to use, the possibilities are there. And when I mean about diverse artistry and content, sorry about the spelling mistake there, is that you need to have something for everyone, a lot like what you have done here. When I love that design was the common denominator, but you spoke about so many different realms of it for that one single change, right? And obviously building the right kind of bodies, again, it falls under the same thing. But we're not saying you can look at building towards the 3rd biggest creative economy, make the Silicon Valley of culture and do all of that in one go. But if these formations start happening, as even test pilots in a university space like here, where you can have a cultural competition of which alley is more culturally alive between different groups as focus showcases, that can then be implemented on actual streets. It could be taken to museums. It could be taken in more ways. We have access. We just need to bring the right people to kind of make things happen. And just another example of something that I'm working on, but you already know that you can do the same as well, is while one is on a city level, one is on a district level, and one is on a nightlife level. What can you do right next door to us? I remember we were taught in school, in the civics class, on how you can help and bring change in the smallest of ways. This is just to give you a reference, right? So I stay in this place called Versova, which is in Andheri, which is in Bombay. It basically has a beach right next door, has a massive fishing community called the Kohlis. And I was thinking, what can be smart solutions for us to help them in easy ways and with the right set of partners, right? So I'm just giving you references right now.
I'm just going to pause you. You have water? No.
Okay, sorry.
Maybe we can also take 2-minute pause if there are any questions, and then you can, of course,
No,
continue.
this is the last slide anyways. So.
Sure.
Okay, thank you. I'd rather let this train going. Okay, so going to the next piece is basically small solutions for the creative ways to help our inclusive communities right next door to us. Just simple examples. Could it be a public school project where I can work with brands like who want to just support in giving me furniture, who we're working with for Lenko to give us? I'm just giving a reference, right? Same way, could we be working in arts and installation that could be done through different ways of people coming together to create stuff using the scrap same boats that have been used there. Regional culture programs could be working with creatives like you who can come into different things. Somebody knows illustration, somebody knows film editing, somebody knows music production. I can work with the Pioneer. I know I'm giving only brand examples because that's who we work with. They can provide a pop-up school container where you can learn creative art programs. There's obviously community events can come in different sizes. Could I work with Adidas to just give me a lot of free footballs and shoes to the Kohli kids who love football way more than cricket or any other sport, and they play on the beaches? Obviously working with architects and designers for better urban planning in some small ways. Medical health programs, we're working with different medicine companies. These are just examples where if this one sample can work in one area and even one of the 8 works, it can go across so many different spaces. We're just giving you a reference of what's possible. How can all of this lead to a larger growth in some way and leave a dent, not in the economy at large and the creative economy being there, but some kind of cultural impact? Now, what's very important for us here is to look at one important thing, is that the more people we bring in and give access to, the more people we can create impact for across whatever their background and use creative, smart solutions to kind of make this happen. I think there are possibilities for us to get to where we are. So yeah, that's pretty much what I have. I don't know if I've gone too fast or too slow, and if you got anything, but available for questions and to take you through what more is possible. We're going to be putting out a lot more things starting in Jan around this and deep diving into every spaces. This is just an overview of what the creative economy is, who are the stakeholders in India, what are the movements that are defining this whole weapons of mass creation to put India on the map, and if we had to start somewhere small, where could that be, and how do we get there? And one final plug, and I'll also plug John over there, is that on March 24th and 25th, we have a festival in Bombay, which some of you were part of, and John was obviously showcasing his thing. So please come, it's called the Homegrown Festival, and I'll drink water while you watch this. Yeah, so it was just a glimpse into what we put together. And a lot of what we do at Homegrown coming to one place, which is again going back to the thing that content, community, and everything is what you will always build online and bring people together, but the impact is always offline, no matter the space. And that put together is where we can bring some kind of a change. So please drive whatever conversation you can around the creative economy. Do whatever you can to kind of get more people aware. Let more people in the world see what we have to offer and not be defined by just always being the back factory for the world. And yeah, that's pretty much it from my side. Available for any questions. And if you can, please come for the festival. It brings all these things that we've spoken about in one space. And we'll have to do something with you all at the festival as well. So thank you.
Thanks, Varun. That was really awesome. It was great to hear the stories that you shared. We're gonna have a moment. No, let's set that up. We're gonna have a Q&A session right now. So you can. I'm sure that you have a few questions that you might want to ask. Keep them ready, and we will see if Varun has more energy in him to continue.
Check. Check.
I got it. A few weeks ago, maybe a month ago, was it Adweek that put out a list of media companies, fast-growing media companies, and was Homegrown in one of those lists?
Yeah, so one, we don't apply for many Indian awards, we don't, few of them, but there were few that we wanted to apply internationally. One of them was Adweek. It is basically a fastest growing list of the top 100 fastest growing agencies in the world. We were lucky enough with our work to actually be part of it. We ranked 9th amongst about 75 of the global agencies. We ranked about 23rd or 25th across 100 of them, and there were only Indians won this year.
Okay, that's great. So what's the criteria for that when you?
I think it goes in like 2-3 different segments. There's one is from growth is looked at from a revenue perspective, from their perspective, and also the kind of cultural impact that you leave. So for us, like we showed, and we mentioned before as well, is that to build any community, we need the kind of funding to really drive it forward, right? Like this conference probably needed a certain amount of investment for you to bring it ahead. We have been really lucky that because of what we do within communities across different realms, brands want to co-create and invest in them in the right way. So these are the brands who have always invested with us that actually leave some kind of a cultural imprint to the work that we do. And that was the second driver of how to make things happen with Adweek. Because all the other agencies that were there are a lot of it traditional agencies and advertising companies. We work as a more of a ecosystem that has actually some kind of an imprint on culture in the country and community. So that's essentially what our differentiator, at least, that stood out from whatever the others would have been.
Yeah, I think with festivals like Homegrown Street, you can see evidence of that kind of scale and impact, creative impact as well. What's your vision for Homegrown Street moving forward in the years to come?
Okay, so one, when we did Homegrown Street in 2018, at that time the intention was to showcase what was the next movement in sneaker and street culture, because back then, sneakers and street culture was what was next. We work with Nike, Puma, Adidas, Reebok to work with over 60 plus campaigns to introduce India into the world of sneaker culture way before the inflection even kicked off and to set the foundations of things. At that time, it was to bring that community together along with all the others in one space. Because you had music festivals, you had food festivals, you had all of that, but nothing really bringing together this new multi-hyphenate showcase of what India really is and youth cultural touch points. We did it actually after 5 years now. So while the name was still called Homegrown Street, it was actually the Homegrown Festival. It was a representation of all the key culture, lifestyle, and youth movements that are taking place in the country right now under one massive cohort showcase. It was not having segregated sections of just a music festival or a cocktail week or more. It is to really represent and showcase offline everything that is homegrown today, whether it's in art, whether it's in fashion, whether it's in design, whether it's in sports, whether it's about important next movements in tech, in AI, in sustainability. It's bringing all of this together. So for us in the future, one is going to be called the Homegrown Festival, which you saw. Two is to really showcase what the last 10 years have been and where the next 10 years are going to go. And the people, the collectives, and what we spoke about coming together in one massive showcase of what Homegrown for 2030 is going to be like. And I don't mean Homegrown as a company, Homegrown as India and the next wave of it.
So big things ahead. Yeah. So I really like what you shared about the night economy. And there is a difference in the night economy between Mumbai and Bangalore. Right now, what is the creative economy look like in Bombay when it comes to the nighttime experience?
I think it's the same in all the cities in India. At least the metros, there will be clubs, there will be restaurants, there might be 1, 2 late night eatery sections, but there's those iconic ones that will always be open or a spot. There will be not so much public transport or no public transport by night. That's pretty much it. No one's explored any more ways than that, right? So when you look at a Kohli seafood festival, I'm giving a reference that takes place in Bombay once a year, there should be an alley that is always open every year or every Saturday for people to go and consume good fish maybe, or to go out and eat in the night. If there are, we don't have as great gardens like y'all, Bombay doesn't have space, but the few empty spaces that we have could be converted into great screenings, maybe late night Hindi movies for people to watch across no matter what the background is. A lot of the examples that we gave is really not being maximized in those ways. But there are spaces that do enable primarily only hospitality industries and nothing more. It's the same in pretty much in all the cities.
One of the sort of perceptions when it comes to the night economy is that it's more to do with entertainment than anything else when it comes to the culture contribution, if we were to call it that. But I think with a lot of events, it might be perceived that it's more to do with entertainment than with bringing something of value and substance or meaning or purpose. Is there a difference between a creative economy and a purpose-driven economy? Is there any crossover there between creativity, culture, and purpose? And if so, how would you define that?
I think everything will come from stemming from purpose depending upon what we want to really do, right? So if I give you the same reference of the Kohli community, or I give you something for, let's look at Bangalore, right? Bangalore is very diverse in terms of the communities that live here from different states. If the purpose is to represent all these communities through a medium of food that is available at night, because there's so many people from the Northeast, there's so many people from, let's say, Chhattisgarh, someone's from Maharashtra, someone's from Gujarat, couldn't use this just that as a reference, where the purpose is to represent a showcase of the diversity in food, but make it accessible to everyone and not just in spaces. If it stems from that direction and to solve the problem of showcasing culture in a unique way, I think it works perfectly hand in hand. The purpose that we would have had for half of the things, the purpose behind wanting to do something meaningful with putting India on the top 3 is not the ranking, is the purpose of showcasing what we have to offer as a country, right? If there's anything with meaning, I think that's the medium that we need to look at, is what can be the unique mediums that we use and give everyone an opportunity to express, to able to make things inclusive, which will have a great purpose for them, for us, and to create this open platform. So they'll always go hand in hand. in some way.
Great. So in this last decade, you spoke about 10 years of homegrown and this journey for you. It wasn't without struggle, it wasn't without its ups and downs, and every day is going to bring a different challenge. What is it like in creative collaboration when you experience conflict and when you have to move past difficult situations, when partnerships end just as in the same way they began? Because that is one of the things about the creative economy. It's getting through complexity even on that relational level. And whatever we want to build in the world, we have to build among ourselves first. You talk about community a lot, and I think tribe is another word that's associated with this kind of a movement. How can we do better to care for practitioners, people who are associated with building the creative world, along with how we influence the world outside? So that means if we're working with brand partners, say, how can brands be allowed to contribute in ways beyond just what the set identity of the brand might be on the surface? Is there more value that can be brought to our communities in terms of culture that we might want to explore?
So let me take it part by part. I think it's definitely been a roller coaster ride. I think from the time we started to where we are now, I think we've personally, collectively seen pretty much everything that could happen and go through as well. I think what we take into pieces of creative collaboration, I think what happens is, I think it's a matter of communication and being able to do things early on than leaving things for a later time period to be able to solve things in a much more efficient way, is the best way that I can put it. To enable and to be more caring or can think to connect the dots in the best way in an early stage, I think is what the best way for us to move ahead would be. As a company, I think what the best thing is that some of the most low times or the times when you go through crisis is where you learn most about yourself, about how you can bring change and collectively work on things and where to do things better. Obviously, everything is not as easy as it might seem on the outside or even the inside, but I think as long as you learn from that and you let's say, you get better over time, because I think the process of change or tweaking things will always take time. It doesn't happen in one go. As long as you reflect and you're being able to do things better the next time, no matter what it might be, I think that's where it needs to be seen from. From a place of brands and what they can add value, I think it's always on you. It's not about brands, it's about anyone who's a collaborator. It's on you on what your purpose is with this, right? Going back to the same point. So if you want to help a community, I'll give a reference. It's like brands always come alive and support the LGBT community in June. Why? Because it's Pride Month. But if you want to invest in a community like the Pride community, you must do it year long and not come off one time to do PR because it works for you. The cultural impact you will leave will not be now or that 1 month, it'll be 5 years down the line. If I give you a reference, because you mentioned brands, it is the likes of a Red Bull, right? When they started investing, they knew they're not doing it from just the marketing lens, because they know by the end of 30 years, they would have left that imprint and cultural spaces and impact so much more by giving back and to open up so much for sports. And it's the same in any small way that we gave you examples of even right now is like, whatever you might think your design might not be as good or you might not be able to create the impact that you feel you need, but that one illustrative braille artwork has impacted this one person who will never be able to experience art or whatever form that may be. It doesn't always need to mean social impact in some level. It can mean in various different ways.
Great. I think we should open up the questions to the floor, and we'll send a mic around, and we'll just, so if you have a question, you can just raise your hand. Yeah.
No, great presentation. Given the fact that things like melas have been part of the Indian culture all over the, and there's nothing in that sense, it's not new, it's just that the reimagining of them is what is the interesting bit. But here I sort of slightly get worried when you use the word help a community. Because essentially I see a lot of the communities who are there who make things Indian are actually partners, who are actually people who lend the color, the flavor, the creativity, everything else, whether it's the Gond art or whether it's the Madhubanis or whether it's the nut, or like the other day at the folklore. First time when I saw those the dancers, Hulivesha dancers, it was very different than last time. It was a rock band which was using the folk music as its backdrop. But this whole idea of making things indigenous, and I think that's something that everybody here needs to watch out for. How do you make sure that you do that? That this is not about helping, but it's about collaborating as one. And two, how big is your team to have developed this over 10 years? Because obviously it does require a fair bit of resources and planning and all that.
Okay, so first piece, but when I meant help, I meant help in whatever way possible. I don't mean just, it's support or partnership. Helping can mean like with the artisan on getting it to reach more people, which means if I just look at our platform space, is for more people to find out about the artisan or the type of art. Help could mean, or partner is collaborating with artists who bring it alive in a more immersive manner. Like we saw this, they called, I'm sorry I forgot the company name, but Agam, Rahul, and I know the founders, but I don't know the name, sorry, but they took Gond art and made it in an immersive environment for a digitized today's world. Because now if people can't go to a museum, they brought it to a cultural space. That's what I mean by collaboration and helping. Using more mediums, yeah. That's because some people have forgotten to go to museums.
So they can go to the museum, it's just that you don't direct them to the museum.
Exactly. So that's what I mean. So like example, in Bombay, I don't remember the last time a lot of the newer or even we have gone back to the Prince of Wales Museum. I'm giving a reference. What it requires is going to be tweaks and changes. Where could there be a night museum? I'm just giving you variations, right? So same way, when we're talking about the artists and to help them, it can come in different ways. Driving awareness for them, enabling collaboration, finding more mediums that it can reach people or be immersed in different ways. That's what we essentially mean. And when we mean even the melas, when we're talking about the melas of the next generation, it's opening up access for a new way of seeing a mela maybe. Could there be stuff that we do with the pop-ups? Could there be stuff that we do with the different games that we have there? Could it be digitized for more people to experience it virtually who can't really make it? How can we tweak the programming from, it can be a traveling mela for more people to be central to the city and not away from things. So there are different ways that are possible. It's a matter of giving it a little bit of a tweak or a change for more people to experience it, or in its original form, like you said, driving traffic for more people to invest in them. How big is our team? Our average has actually always been a 15 to 20 over the years, with revolving people over time. The way our team is structured is we got a marketing team. The marketing team works on all things, brand campaigns, creative partnerships, etc., and all the collaborations that you see. We got an editorial team who works on all things content for our digital platforms. We have a design team, and that's pretty much it in terms of a sizing. It'll be a 40-40-20 split of the verticals that I gave you. And that's been the average size over time.
Curating team?
I'm sorry?
Curating team?
So curation comes in the medium of the two verticals, right, or three. Curating, from a content perspective, our editorial teams come up with that, but also the marketing teams. From a curation of events, experiences, content, brand partnerships as done by a marketing team. For us at Homegrown, we've never really divided, while there are core roles, creativity, community, and all of these pieces, and thinking and curation is always across, because that was what we wanted to break away from in the traditional agency spaces of back in the day. There was a very clear mandate that you're a creative team, you're a account manager team, and there's all these, but that doesn't happen at Homegrown.
Thanks, Vipul. Any other questions? One.
We have a
back there,
question
one down
there.
here. We can take Jacob's question as well. After this.
Hi, thank you for the presentation. I found it really interesting that you talked about the experience of these spaces being inclusive. I was wondering whether inclusivity factors into the design of these experiences in spaces. For instance, do you have persons with disabilities, LGBTQI folks, Adivasis, or the indigenous community relevant to wherever you're creating these spaces? Are they active stakeholders and sort of partners in creating these spaces and designing them? Does homegrown work like that? Or is it more top-down, where the experience of those spaces may be inclusive, but the designing is not where you would like it to be right now? Thank you.
So it goes both ways, depending upon the type of experience or event that we're trying to do, and we've done till right now. There's sometimes we work with partners who really enable to making sure that it's as inclusive as possible. So if it's from a perspective of, let's say, a festival, we work with Access for All. I'm just giving a reference because they understand better across every touch point of how we can make things inclusive and what all was manageable for us in that time period. Even if some of our other events, we don't make it inclusive only from a perspective of access offline, but if it could be from a curation standpoint, if it would be from an events and experience standpoint. Like I'll give a reference. This is from 2018. We called it a street culture festival, but the people there are the ones who can afford a Nike shoe. I can't have street culture with the ones who are actually defining it. The skateboarders, the dancers, and the hip hop community, the ones who shape street culture every day. So we knew they wouldn't have access, but then what's possible is, could we fly down some of them? The ones who want to be able to perform, want to be able to get access to be playing a part. So it goes in all levels. Access on a design functional way of the space and where what we can achieve. Curation of the spaces that we use. We generally work with third spaces. That means we work with gallery spaces or we work with warehouses. We try to use something that's not existingly there because that creatively allows us to be able to program and bring alive an experience. And it's also from a place of curation, programming, and other areas that we kind of bring in as well. But we don't, like, let's say there are certain areas where homegrown doesn't have an understanding of things, but we work with collaborators who enable that for us because they come with much better sensibilities of how to make that happen. Yeah.
I had a question. At many instances during your presentation, you mentioned a policy aspect. And I just wanted to know what's been your experience in getting some shifts in policy, especially when it comes to government in your 10-year journey.
So till now, okay, the best way I could put it is we had the policy in place, but the government was overthrown. But jokes aside, I think what we've been able to do till right now is at least, we've done a lot of small studies, focus groups with students, with even specific things within the nightlife and the creative spaces on what are the changes and the things that they like to prioritize, make happen, etc. We do have a few studies which we want to take to the right places to enable these things that are possible. We actually haven't been able to do on a massive level as yet, but even on a small level, what we've been able to do is through small ways. So if it was a festival, at Homegrown Festival that we did last year, it's working with the government on trying to do a single clearance license policies. Right? That's something that's been happening in Delhi for years back, of at least enabling on those levels. We worked with the local, so there is in Versova, the reference that I've given you is something that we're going to be implementing as well. We try to work, while it's not on a national or a state or a city level, work with a local cooperator. The cooperator to enable some policy change of sending out a Hindi and Marathi differentiated poster series for people to understand wet and dry waste. While that doesn't fall in the creative economy at large, but it's a creative medium to implement so people understand the differentiation in those ways. I think right now, the reason we're even having these conversations with individuals like you is because I think state by state, the level of access and that the governments have, and if institutions like you all, us and many others can be able to set these ideas and present it to them, they might be able to implement certain things. But the best way is, like we mentioned as well, districts or hubs. If there are areas, if it can just be an alley, if it's a space where we can test out and to be enable some things, I think that will bring a policy shift for them to enable in more spaces in those directions. That's the reason why, while I mentioned it multiple times, it's something that I keep reading about, I keep learning about, and I keep finding out about. But implementation will only happen on a governmental level when it comes in some small direction in those ways. And it can even be tourism policy change. It could even mean a cleanliness space. It could mean a heritage-based play. It really depends on what is possible. and we're just here kickstarting the conversation around this.
Just want to wrap this up because we're short on time with the 10 years of homegrown, you know, and a lot happens in a decade. And you started out your talk with talking about an end of a chapter and the beginning of a new one that's up ahead, and you almost calling people to action towards that. A lot of people at Shrishti, a lot of people that we know of in our creative community have supported Homegrown from the very beginning. And Homegrown started out with a really beautiful core vision. And I'm wondering if that vision is still there. And I want to hear it from you. I'm going to go back to some of the words from Mandovi Menon, who was here yesterday. And she shared her story, her journey over the last decade as well. And one of the things that she had mentioned when she left Homegrown was how she hopes for a better future. I'm going to read directly from it. The platform and everything that has grown out of its roots was created out of a deep love and belief in the vast potential and magic of young Indians' hearts, spirits, and mind, out of a genuine desire to create positive change while building our dreams. The voice was designed with utmost care to be a softer, curious space, one that asked questions, allowed for dialogue, fueled discovery, and encouraged more critical thinking whenever possible in the hopes of changing the narrative. At its core, it allowed the more vulnerable aspects of people's identities to shine because it was safe to express themselves here. Even about those things, we are taught to never speak about growing up in India. It loved its subcultures fiercely and always knew how to have fun. That's written in the past tense. What is Homegrown like now in the present?
I think it continues to be the exact same because, so let's look at it this way. I think the best way of putting this is that if it didn't stand for all the things that it would originally started off, we wouldn't have continued to be where we are today. Our supporters, people who we work with, people who will continue to work with will always be there for the exact same. I think the core stem will never change, but there's always evolution required. When people come together as collaborators, they have a vision of what they want to start off with, but there'll always be differences in how things evolve over time. But at the end of it, the goal remains the same. The people's mediums of how they achieve it is what evolves, right? I think it is as clear as what it is, because if we ever steered away from what we wanted to do, what we wanted to achieve, whether it is back in 2013, we wouldn't be where we are today, whether whatever took place in the past. And I think our teams, our readers, our partners, our collaborators are a clear definition of that, because there are so many people who will always perceive things in a different way, whether they were close parts of it in the beginning or they're outsiders who see it from a third perspective. But I think the one thing that I could add to this over and above is the fact that I think when something happens at a certain moment, it needs to be looked at in an objective manner through a spectrum of things, then it always been correlated to the exact same things, and this is what happened, right? I think, and also one more important thing is the fact that I think when things don't go the way you envisioned, it obviously hurts, because you had a very different vision of how things would translate. But when things don't go that way, as an entrepreneur, you must always know to not pivot, but you know that that's a time of going low, but you work towards coming back up from the same way when you started something with the same drive and the same vision, and that will continue, because Homegrown is much more bigger than two of us current founders, or even Mando in the past. Homegrown is much more of that, because this is being done for the youth who've always been there, but now the evolution has changed. It's shifted, and shifted from a place of what the requirement today is, and the ways we did things will always continue to be the same. How we achieve it will be due to new ways that we can innovate and make happen. And I feel this is something that I like to at least present on this piece. because always there'll be two different perspectives, and there's no need to adding anything more to this.
Great, thank you. I think that's all we have time for right now. Sharda?
We do have time.
We
till
do have time?
4:30, yes. And we are, okay. If you can take this last question, Varun. Yeah? May I? So while we are talking about homegrown, it's also very tier one centric brand that it has grown to. It's a movement that has grown to that. But when we look at inclusivity in multiple facets, do we see homegrown going to other cities? Traveling is the best way to learn. So when the audience that we are targeting, or we wish to be included, 20 to 30-year-olds, 20 to 40, 40 is the new 20, whatever. So do we also see homegrown going to other cities, lesser known, tier 2 cities? Do we think about Darjeeling? Do we think about Indore as the next place of where the homegrown festival would take place? Because I think places like Bombay, Bangalore, we have so much to feed on. We have so much fodder. So the people to whom it's going to make a real difference for life, or may start a new movement of epiphanies. So where do you see homegrown also penetrating into other cities and decentralizing itself? Do you see that happen for homegrown?
I think while our voice might seem more urban-centric, or this kind of stuff that we do offline is also there, but I think from the very beginning, it was more of a mindset that has always been accessible to people. The stories that we have covered, the kind of messages that we receive, the kind of impact that we have online and offline, it goes all over. Yes, do we represent tier 2 and tier 3 as much as we can? Absolutely not. I'm not going to deny that. But in terms of the impact that we have, I think that's what it is, because the mindset of people, while you come from a certain city and stuff, but they all want to be able to express and do things and have access that the people in metros have. And they've always been like that, even in terms of what they can get access to, right? And then we've tried to enable that as much as possible. There's only so many events we can do, and we don't want to just do events. I think it's in terms of what we can have an impact on. And whatever way that might be, if it's through the cultural programs online, if it's through the content we kind of create, if it's kind of giving voices that we've always had a platform for, if it's, let's say, things that we can do in the future to connect the dots where tech can become a small enabler, if it's giving access to learning that you all do on a digital level, or opening up connections for collaborations, those are the ways we can make it happen, you know? We're not a geo as yet. We don't want to be a geo, but I'm just giving a reference of what we can enable in our access, right? So if a person is sitting in Jharkhand or sitting in Shillong, I want to enable the access for them to learn from a John. Now, I can't take John out because you're not going to give him time, space, where he had, and he can't go to so many cities. But can I do something online to give cultural education or creative access through something? Those are the ways that we can enable and always make that happen.
Thank you so much, Varun. That really helps answer the question. That's it from our end.
Thank you. I think that's it from our end. Like Jacob said, that's time.
Applause.
Yeah.
Now we've come to the end of a pretty packed 3 days in terms of content and in terms of things to think about. I invite Ravi Jangir, who is Vice President of Association of Designers of India, to do a quick overview. Actually, it's a long overview, not a quick overview, a long overview of the sessions that have happened over the last few days, right? Over to you, Ravi.
Hi. Thank you for being here.
I'll try to keep it short, but this is for everyone who would have not got an opportunity to attend the sessions. Day one, we started with the inaugural, where Dr. Geeta Narayanan acknowledged the tenacity and persistence of Srini Srinivasan, David Kusuma, Pradyumna Vyas, and the ADI Bangalore team. Various associations like IIID, IIA, NASSCOM, and from the government, BBMP, and several far-sighted bureaucrats and politicians. Arundam Das pledged that the continued support of SMI community and opened wide the doors for collaboration. Sunish Johari and Shama Karkal brought home the close overlap and aligned missions of Catalyst 2030 and the Protopolis program. Arogya City Pledge Makers, a unique model of old-styled pledge making and new wave accountability, has been exceeding the targets that pledge makers for health and well-being had set for the city. A method that the Protopolis program can emulate for the other projects. Starting with the first session, the new pedagogies for a changed world. Ramesh Kalkar and Amitabh Kumar took us through how a state government has created a program that is so desirable that only 120 students out of 4,200 applicants are accepted. The visual arts program enables curiosity to help learners fathom complexity and also surfaced the consequence of success requiring an ecosystem of support and continuity. Uday Dandavate, through the eyes of a 7-year-old, talked of the space to imagine the possibilities and to be relentless in bringing in a future they can imagine. Johnny Gunter spoke of the Bridge Studio at SMI and of co-creation as a weapon in a wicked learning environment. Enabling governance in public schools. The Adhyayan Foundation team led the interactive session attended by 25+ participants of various ages and backgrounds, focused on 3 questions guiding the journey. How do you define a good school? How can you ensure the sustainability of your work? And how do we promote knowledge sharing among stakeholders? The event concluded with a demonstration of Abhyas, a co-learning platform created by Adhyayan designed for educators worldwide to interact and share practitioner knowledge. Extreme engineering, the session on EV, Bikash of Aether Energy spoke of an infinite energy future, but reiterated that we need an ecosystem thinking, vertical integration, deep understanding of users, citizens, building communities, and moving fast without breaking things. Demonstrations converting 70% of the potential test drivers was a huge plus when it comes to awareness generation. Aniket from Ultraviolet spoke of the rigor of testing, making smart trade-offs and design testing, and cultural resonance as key requirements for acceptance, all of which are essential. A key takeaway is the user completes the design, a great tip for city planning. The session on responsible production and consumption, organized by Jaggery Reimagining Waste and Enview, the Good Felt, have joined forces to launch a global collaboration, Sustainable Pathways for Innovation and Change in Fashion, that empowers women, respects artisanal techniques, protects the planet, and drives economic growth. The next session was What Do We Do in the Shadows? By Mandovi Menon. She spoke of purpose and meaning, and starting that with deep introspection, leaving us with several questions to ask of herself. Being purposeful shown through her work, and perhaps shows a way to engage with communities to build a city of communities that care, trust, and work together purposefully. India Education Collab. The India Education Collab had a workshop session that laid down the steps for action during the coming years. Then we had the Protopolis launch in the evening, where WDO MD Bertrand welcomed Bangalore into network of global cities and spoke of initiatives like this, transforming social investment, social engagement, and leveraging direct investment and resulting in direct and indirect revenue. Pro VC Mahe Bangalore spoke of this as a unique opportunity not just for Mahe, but all the universities across the city. BBMP Chief Commissioner spoke of design's potential for social design and reversing the balance of power in a democratic city to citizens through systems of interaction on an equal footing with a citizen-centric approach. Moving on to day 2, we had art in the city, where Anil Kumar pointed out that the Kala Mandava Art Academy in Bangalore predates Shantiniketan by a year. He quoted Ananta Murthy, who said that a city is safe when he could cross a road with his grandson and feel safe. Archana Hande said that unlike other cities, Bangalore still has an authentic art culture that is not swayed by commercial demands, and it needs to be preserved. Romanticizing a city should not mask the messiness of life within. Bharatesh Yadav walked us through an artist experience of the city and questioned the development of the city using the city's founder, Kempegowda, as his observer. He also used an artistic experience in a playful barter that could be used by the city to generate awareness, citizen engagement, and action. Nale Ba was another playful but effective way of preventing the undesired from happening. Suresh Kumar made an impassioned plea to learn, grow, and eat local as a way of reducing one's footprint on the agri-horticultural system. Container gardening is again something that anyone can do. Greening Bengaluru through container gardening becomes a strong program possibility for Protopolis. The next session was City as Data, where Chandrasekhar Jairamchandran of Keep Flying spoke of how data can drastically lower costs in an industry that operates on wafer-thin margins. Of specific relevance to the Protopolis program was their process of treating data to make it relevant and useful, be it siloed approach, diversity in data and standards, and interoperability. Analysis and data visualization suited to the purpose. Dr. Bhaskar Rajkumar from Art Park IISc spoke of how quickly the government can mobilize in an emergency, cut across departments and hierarchies to create a centralized control room in a record time. Bangalore was the only city in the world to have centralized hospital bed management system. The shift from data stacks to data flows in a very short time translated into multi-department actions. Even today, the control room uses the inputs from 14 departments, 29 NGOs with state-of-the-art inputs from the IISc. This gives us key insights on how we might work with the public sector. Meera K brought in the citizen's perspective in awareness generation, strengthening civic engagement and accountability, enabled with data for decision making. Meera also emphasized on the importance of this data to be open and available as a public good. Naresh Narsaman spoke of maps as a basis of understanding our environment and context and using the terabytes of data that the city generates. Naresh advocates a city lab that can act as data commons and simulation model for planning, prediction, and stress testing at a city scale. Children's participation in SDGs. Children below 18 years consist of about 40% of the global population. However, they don't have a legitimate space or platforms or opportunities to represent, raise their concerns, and express opinions in matters affecting them. In the SDG Action Lab on child participation in achieving the SDGs, we looked at how enhancing children's agency and participation can contribute towards achieving SDGs. The session on co-creating tomorrow. Uday Dandavate led a lively workshop where participants in groups of 4 designed a new God for a future everyone could relate to, disregarding current beliefs. Two noteworthy interpretations emerged from the ensuing dialogue. The new God represents our shared vision of who we aspire to be, and the new God serves as a systems architecture for a harmonious future. Inspired by the workshop, this group departed with a shared commitment to co-imagine and co-create a new future characterized by freedom from stereotypes and the capacity for rigorous dialogue, critical thinking, and accommodation. The final session of day 2 was Safe City. Shri Rajkumar Srivastav said that Karnataka has 6,500 elephants, of which less than 7% enter human habitation, a number that hasn't changed in decades. These are not elephants driven out due to lack of food in the forest, but rather are sub-adults in search of peers to form herds, adventurous explorers in search of exotic foods, and wanderers revisiting traditional migration corridors. Dr. Gururaj spoke about city soundscapes that can give us a map, as it were, of small fauna across the city, giving planners and citizen scientists an almost real-time health of the environment. A city with a thriving biodiversity is also a city that allows humans to thrive. The final day, which is today, the first session started with India Nutrition Collaboration. 7 agencies that have had success in tackling the issues of nutrition have come together to create a coalition that will work in an alliance to tackle the problems of nutrition. The coalition will use emerging technologies from artificial intelligence and machine learning and get them out of the lab into the real world, said Sapna Poti, from Office of the Principal Scientific Advisor to the government. The Manthan platform of the government is a potent tool that can be used. The session on city, neighborhood, and ecology, Professor Chaya made a fervent plea for a gentle manifesto for designing cities with a cellular approach for a city design where interstitial spaces become the commons, reduce materials that cannot be broken down organically, protect biodiversity, and create regenerative ecosystems and include community at the neighborhood scale. Vijay Narnapati spoke of the not so delicate balance and trade-offs that are called for when dealing with multiple stakeholders, the underlying tenacity, the need to listen to people not used to being asked for their opinion, and respectfully working with implementers on the ground are essential. Negotiation and conflict resolution are critical. Dealing with an entrenched engineering mindset and set processes are all potential roadblocks when dealing with public authorities who would instinctively prefer a top-down approach. Building creative economies, the last session, Homegrown creates a space for creatives to create a global creative industry in India across multiple verticals. I will hand over the mic to Jacob again. Thank you.
I would request Dr. Arindam. Dr. Arindam has actually attended almost all the sessions, right? More than many of us have been able to. So I'd just like your reflections on what the last 3 days have been like.
Good evening to whichever of us left here at the end of 3 days. You know, this is tough, not because of the end of the day, but to try and sum up the 3 days which have been fantastic with brilliant discourses and discussions. I'll go back to some of the words I put up in the opening address and how we think we progress from there. We talked of networking and collaborations, and I think we have great promise in terms of the people who co-participated in this conclave. We had artists, practitioners, town planners, architects, from government, from private, We had bureaucrats, we have entrepreneurs, we had civic thinkers, and we had thought leaders. So it gives us great promise for future networking. And like I said in my opening speech, if we take out the T, we come to new working and collaborations. We're also moving towards building solutions through dialogue and engagement, which I think has been kicked off through this conclave. And we hope to be driving change through implementation and participation. And I take the liberty to coin a new phrase from Protopolis, which is prototype of a metropolis or a megapolis, to proto-participation. Because through this project, we'll be setting up a prototype how to co-participate with openness. We also had the 6 strands, which are the pillars of the World Design Protopolis project. The first of creative, which looks at the essence and the experience of art, culture, and heritage. We look at enterprising city of Bangalore through innovations and through sustainable business. We want to build and rebuild the city in terms of infrastructure, last mile mobility, and very, very importantly in terms of accessibility. We'd like to do a lot for the safety and health and well-being of, especially for women, children, the elderly, the disabled, and very, very importantly, sometimes we overlook the non-human environment we have, because as you know, we are moving from human-centered design to humanity-centered design, where you also have to consider the non-human parameters in our lives. We'll also look at trying to be sustainable in terms of climate resilience, especially with terms of managing water, waste, and environment. And we also look at the now and the future citizens of the city and the country. And if I may use some words to sum up our experience, we looked at a lot of diversity. We had new perspectives, and if I may borrow some words from a man called John Berzer, we had new ways of seeing. And at the end of it, I go back to some other P's of the Protopolis that we, as SMI, in partnership with WDO, BBMP, and the ADI, we pledge our passion and our perseverance to Protopolis, and we assure that we'll actually make it an example for not only the country, but the world to follow. And congratulations to the fantastic team which has made it happen. Thank you so much.
Almost. Yeah. No, there have been several questions during the last week about what happens with this. What's this whole Protopolis thing about Bangalore Design Week? And the answer is no. We'll be starting on projects soon. We currently have a short list of about 30 projects. The BBMP has now added some more projects to it. And these projects will go out on the WDP website. The WDP website, which is going to be residing on the WDO website, should be going live next week, hopefully. Before 15th, it should be going live. We'll have a list of projects there, and many of the people who took part in this Bangalore Design Week are invited to come back, take a look at those projects, and see which are the ones that they'd like to be engaged with. These projects are, in terms of time frame, from less than a year to up to 5 years. It offers the academic institutions that are part of this to actually use the city of Bangalore as a living laboratory for the next 5 years. It's very exciting. Many of the people who graduate from these universities could possibly be working as fellows and as designers in many of these projects. Some of these people might end up working for the city and the city government. Helsinki, for example, has a chief design officer who is part of the municipal corporation of Helsinki. Other cities are also in the World Design Capital Network are also following suit. So it's exciting times ahead. And if the film for the last few days, is it done? Are you ready to screen it? Great. I think the team has actually put together a summary film, and the credits will be on that one. You need to use this machine.
Thank you everyone for attending all 3 days of the festival, making it a huge success. May I now invite everyone up front to get a group picture taken. Please come up front. Can we have the lights on, please? Thank you. The bridge team up front, please. Please call everyone. One quick picture for all. Santosh, you also supposed to be in the picture. Which people are waiting? No, group picture. No, later. Murli, can we have you? Samriddhi, Ramesh, Mr. Anand, please come up front. Everyone who's here, please come up ahead. Thank you so much. I will. You guys.